중량기로 올라가세요. 저항군이라면 이용료도 무료입니다.
Yo. Morning, evening. Let's get the raid done.
재단으로 향하셨다. 모두 경계를 강화해.
Oh my god. Trials Valley.
Smiley face.
Yo, Zagrath, thanks for the prime, thanks so much. I'm seeing right now you're using 4 pieces of steel for tank. Why not 2 or 3 steel? Me? I'm using Fallen. This is my DPS set with SNS on. The gear really isn't important for tanks, especially for PvE. And DPS set is better for PvE anyway. Will I die from that? Why are we lacking DPS? Nice. Hello.
더러운 냄새가 난다. 어디서 벌레 같은 것들이 기어들어왔어. 하지만 여기를 지나갈 수는 없을걸. 길을 만들 줄 아는 건 오직 우리 그라모트뿐이니까.
Yo, Mop, thanks for the streak. 15 streak, nice, thank you. Oh, I can get obsidian piece fast. You kill dwarf, you grind dwarf.
대랑이 움직이고 있다. 놈들이 비밀을 알아냈군.
Yo, son. You can't suck. No, I don't know. Authorities up. Hello. Are you going distance spot in blue protocol? No, I'm going the guy with the spear. Bro, what the fuck? I've never seen a Korean these nuts joke. That's cheating. Team Blue Protocol died 5 ages ago. Yeah, it did. But it's they remade. Remade and relaunched by different devs, publisher. Yeah. It's a mobile game now, right? I found that out yesterday as well. Yes, it's cross-platform. Well, I haven't looked into it like exactly, but yeah, you can play on mobile. Class. I might have to look at the class video again, but I'm interested in playing the spear guy. The aerial spear class. Fuck. Oh, this is not a random group. A million PB dead at this point. Pretty much. Bro. The gross. Got 3 stacks. Heal? the fuck? Bro, these guys don't listen. I called to 4 DPS and they all just left. They shouldn't have to wait the rage skill anymore. Oh, look at the boss HP. Can just melt. I want to get into the game, but do you think it's a learner friendly? What the hell? Well, that depends on your game IQ. I think it's friendly, but there's just a lot of stuff to learn. Actually, maybe not so friendly. But it's not hard to get into. Hey Rayleigh, thanks for the streak. Wow. It's tanking simple on controller. Shouldn't be hard, tanking so easy. Holy.
칼라시아님, 한 분이 침입했습니다. 지난번 녀석들 이걸로 몰살시켰지. 막아라. 한 놈도 놓치지 말고.
Nice. Fast skips.
혼돈에 잠식되어
Yeah, I'm gonna try Blue Protocol later. Booba Slider Max, of course. Of course. What the? That was the cleanest reset.
레빌님의 부활을 방해하시오. 여기서 끝내주세요. 도망치기 늦었어. 발버둥 쳐봐야 소용없어. 죽음을 받아들여라. 레빌님의 부활을 방해하시오. 여기서 끝내주세요. 도망치기 늦었어. 발버둥 쳐봐야 소용없어. 더 이상 레빌님의 부활을 방해하게 둘 수는 없지. 진정한 절망을 보여주고.
What's the best way to counter the shield orb gives to players is broken as hell? Well, they added shield mitigating skills like Deadly Marker, Vampiric Strike. Otherwise, don't hit the shield, you just ignore it. Bind resist. Fuck.
갈란시아님께서 재단으로 향하셨다. 모두 경계를 강화해.
Time BP I believe is in 2.5 hours. 2 hours and 40 minutes. What? And I always fall and I just fell like through them. The fuck? I swap from glass cannon storm to melee evasion hit and been juicing up top 5 DPS kills in BGs. I feel like the glass cannon builds are all glass, no cannon. Oh, it depends on the build. You don't feel glass cannon as staff or because you don't have hit to kill the DPS, the squishies. When you play melee, all you do is kill squishies. Have you tested Tavern Orb? Seems good for certain classes. No, I don't have it to test, man. How big is Akuma for Scorpion PvP? Akuma is best crossbow for PvP. How does one claim jobs? Cause I've got all but the last on the rewards. Well, if you claimed it in Twitch, it's gonna be in your shop story chest. Oops. Any chance we can justify using Heroic Dagger for Ravager with the Cody upgrade in October? No, the only justification is that you can't be bothered switching to GS. Just get the GS, bro. Actually, oh, we have two healers. Yeah, we're not gonna see the pillars even. Lows.
더러운 냄새가 난다. 어디서 벌레 같은 것들이 기어들어왔어. 하지만 여기를 지나갈 수는 없을걸. 길을 만들 줄 아는 건 오직 우리 그라모트뿐이니까.
Wait, is Blue Protocol gacha game? I didn't know it was gacha. Isn't it gacha for skins?
배랑이 움직이고 있다. 놈들이 비밀을 알아냈군.
Anything better than Cody passive or GS? Not really. Adentus maybe. Yeah, like how gacha is the game? Is it like everything, like the gears and everything? Like, is it progression gacha? What the fuck? Boss is dead. GG. I blinked. And the boss dead.
갈란시아님, 저항군이 침입했습니다. 지난번 녀석들 이걸로 몰살시켰지.
cosmetic gacha and summon NPC gacha to increase your combat potential by increasing your stats.
혼돈에 잠식되어
I see. Well, as long as it's like I expect it to be at the level of like Crystal of Atlan, then I think it's fine. If it's like Genshin level, then nah, fuck that. What's your go-to fast food in Australia? My go-to fast food, Hungry Jack's.
레빌님의 부활을 방해하시오. 여기서 끝내주세요. 도망치기 늦었어.
Yeah, the burgers are actually better at Hungry Jack's. Nothing beats a Whopper.
하찮은 것들. Debuffdration. Man, give me some good stuff, please. Got all the shit ones. Nah, there's no Burger King in Australia. It's Hungry Jack's.
좋은 상품은 이쪽입니다. 천천히 골라보세요. 안녕히 가십시오.
Yeah, you can't call it the Burger King in Australia. So it's Hungry Jack's, but yeah, it's Burger King.
이용료도 무료입니다.
We don't really have fast food like States. It's just McDonald's or Hungry Jack's or KFC.
숨겨진 보물이 묻혀진 신비한 섬에 입도하실 분 계십니까?
여행객이서 제일 좋은 물건이 많죠.
Yeah, the Meccas.
길드에 필요한 자, 준비된 물건입니다. 마음에 드.
자네에게 검은 모루 이룬지 헤르컨트 장 크림슨 장원 의뢰는 이쪽이라네.
길드의 성
Got a perception on run. Nice. Fuck you.
제가 도와드.
I get 싫어.
좋은 상품은 이쪽입니다.
Oh wait, I can buy the ring race too, BGs.
네뷸라스톤 가지고 있냐? 천천히 골라보라. 시간 많다.
상품을 찾으러
And I also really like this nebula change. You only need 7 purples a week. I heard Stacks Burger is good. Like a Royal Stacks. But honestly, like for me, like all the burgers are the same shit. But Whopper feels different. Whopper's the best. And also, every other burger place is fucking overpriced. Huh? Why can't I select my house? Suzuki Whopper? What's the menu? Nah. Like, it's my favorite fast food chain, but I don't really like have them often. It's like once in a while. It's just orange bun. When are we getting Halloween event? Next week, maybe? Or maybe when the Battle Pass finishes, actually. 2 weeks. Yeah, I kinda wish they bring out a different dungeon or make a slight change to it. King. No. I'm gonna kill my target. Wait, I'm 0 kills? What the fuck? Here. Oh, what a clutch. Bro, I fumble so hard, oh my god. Should've struck onto box. Close. We're losing hard. Oh shit, evasion. Thought I could kill with the buff. What? This fucking stealth bug. Oh my... Can't... What? I don't understand. What's happening? Something about the upgrade of the Cody. Nobody would know that. Wait, what? What? Why didn't he die? Bro, I'm rusty on the Ravage already. Oh my, no way. No way he did that intentionally. Are you caught up? Oh, we get the goal. Give me the goal. Mine. Oh, she lost middle. Oh, no, 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 no. Mid cleared. This guy, man, someone gotta get him. GG. The fuck? Came first? How can you manage to play with plus 200 ping? Easy. It's not plus 100, it's like I get 120, that's my average. And it's so playable. My Ravager. Oh wait, I should be using the new neck. You like the earring over ring neck? Yes, because my main build is Glad. You just spend a lot in the game. No. Oh shit. Almost 10 streak. Can a new server character be 6.7k right now without spending? No. You can't even if you spend. You can't just straight up get CP from swiping. Wow. Should we just waited? Hey Nutella, how's it going? Bro, why you play too close? Fuck. Do you have to spend a lot to get to 8,000? No. You can't just spend and get GP, and you can't even get 8,000. 7.8 is like the cap. You need to play the game. Why is this guy so tanky? Die. Wow. It's like when you actually start spending, you realize the game's not paid to win. Nothing to buy. Oh, why are we losing? Wait, what? What? Why aren't you dying? How much endurance does he have? Sentinel. Precision dash with high ping feels really bad. Precision dash? Why? Doesn't really get affected by the ping. 40k HP Sentinel, let's go. My heavy attack's low though. People never press ready. Coming back to New World? No, I may just like check the new stuff out, but I ain't coming back. Did I just miss? Someone fell. Bro, I'm missing on the chest. The auto attacks. Oh, fuck sissies. Wow. Yeah, was that a visual bug? That he had 1 HP? Baited, man. More heals? Thank you. I need mana. GG. Here's my stats. Should Invocator focus heavy attack or crit? It doesn't work like that. Like, what is it for? PvE or PvP? It should be for PvE, right? You don't focus on either, you focus on CDR attack speed. You just get high crit and heavy enough for PvE. Like your set for PvE is like chosen. Like your armor set, you just take 2 brute, 2 sacred, and accessories with attack speed, cooldown, crit, like with crit. You think traits don't matter much in PvE? Defensive traits? No. It's only the offensive traits that you need. But you'll have to trade them regardless for the CP. But yeah, they don't matter in terms of your performance. You about to go on Reddit again? Why? What happened? Ready status. Because we're in the same team? What? Can you tell Mono to ready up? In this guy, in this guy. Oh, we're on a different team. Oh my god, we all fucking falling back. Okay, pick the weak side. Oh, what a save! Bro, he flied in to heal me, nice. Can someone camp mid? Oh sh! I need heals. No, die! Heal! That was close. combo. Where's DPS? 왜 갖다 봐? That's all golem. 지나갔어 게. Power of magic. Oh, almost. GG. On point 1k mana vision not enough. I'm running out of mana with mana spring. Wait, I need to fish. Use the bait. $47, $48, bro. It's so rigged. Nah, he was just memeing. I might as well watch some Blue Protocol class videos. Best class to choose.
In Brute Protocol Star Residence, there's 8 different classes to choose from, with 4 being DPS, 2 being support, and finally 2 tank. Each party is usually required to have at least a tank and a healer, and in 20-man raid you can have even multiple healer as tank as well. Tank and healer are extremely important in this game, and this game for the most part runs the Holy Trinity system. Each class comes with 2 different playstyles available, which are called subclass. For example, for the Marksman class, there is the Falcony playstyles, which is the bird, and the Wildpack Beastmasters playstyles, which is the wolf instead, making a total of 16 possible playstyles available in this game. And in this video, I want to cover and give you guys a basic overview of each of these available class and playstyles, so that you can choose the right class for you when it comes down to Brute Protocol Star Residence. Welcome to the channel. Be sure to subscribe before you leave for more guide. Let's get started. Something to note is that you could unlock every single class on the same characters, and once you unlock it, you can switch at any given time, just like this. However, I highly don't recommend this because switching class is extremely resource intensive, and you are almost never going to be able to play a secondary class in an efficient level. some class have an easier time switching to another class, like the 2 Midnight class share the exact same stat, and it also share the same stat with Recovery Shield Knight, so that you can easily switch between all 3 of these classes a lot easier than if you were to switch to a completely different class. But I highly recommend you just stuck to playing one class at all time. We're gonna start off with the tank class, which are gonna be Shield Knight as well as Heavy Guardian. Tank in this game is extremely important. Not only you're like the pillar of the team, if you fall, the rest of the team will fall with you. You're the most responsible for performing majority of the mechanics when it comes down to doing bosses or even raid. In my opinion, tank is the most free-to-play friendly class in the entire game, just by having a Arona as well as a Tempest Ogre allow you to basically just be the hottest guy out there already. Every party is going to want you for those amazing utility. Not to mention that tank is heavily underrepresented at the current moment in China, and I expect the same to be going in global. So every party kind of demand and look for tanks a lot. For Shield Knight is your typical sword and shield tank in any MMO. The recovery playstyles is a really beginner friendly class. It is really easy to play and it's very independent. It has self-healing capability, and as a result, you're a lot less reliant on your healer. On the other hand, the shield playstyles, the Shield Knight is a lot harder to play, but it does have higher ceiling, mostly higher damage capability, and even higher support and break capability and stuff like that. On the other hand, Heavy Guardian is a Giga Chad. You're probably wondering what the F is this weapon. Honestly, I have no idea, but it reminds me of Renekton from League of Legends. Heavy Guardian is the haha, I'm big, I'm strong, come hit me if you can and I'll beat you the F up kind of class. Comparing Shield Knight to Heavy Guardian, you can see that on the left, Heavy Guardian focus more on damage reduction,
한 시간 있으면 출시되는 게임이에요.
Heavy tankiness. You can see that the Heavy Guardian HP is basically not going down at all, while the Shield Knight HP is constantly going back and forth from full HP to 30% HP, back to full HP because of the self-healing, back to 30% HP and stuff like that, while Heavy Guardian is just tanking all the damage up front. Combining the damage reduction with the built-in grouping, Heavy Guardian is going to have a easier time doing high-level mobbing content. Between the two, the Stonewall playstyles allow you to continuously generate shield to prevent damage from being taken, while the block style
Damn, the game looks alright.
Your really high damage reduction to even higher, so you can just basically raw tank enemy. Moving on to the support class, you will notice that I say support because not all of them are excellent in healing. The support class are divided into Oracle as well as Speed Perform. We're going to talk about the 4 DPS, starting off with Marksman because this is the class that I main, so this is the class that I'm the most familiar with. Marksmen have one of the biggest advantage in the game, which is not only that it is ranged, but it's also the easiest class to play between all the DPS class by far. There's a saying called Wolfbow H-God, which is that Wolfbow can put the game on auto and you're able to pump out very good damage, often out DPSing a lot of other people who are lesser familiar with their class and rotation. But both Marksmen, both the Wolfbow playstyles and the Falcon playstyles are both very good class in using the auto battle. Starting off with the Wolfbow, aka the Beastmaster's
auto
playstyle.
battle,
this
of
is
course,
more
range
like a Druid class
OP.
from World of Warcraft.
Wait, is there like auto grinding in this game?
To do majority of the damage for you. The Wolfbow playstyles is relatively easy to play. It is very free to play friendly, and it probably has the best early game in all the DPS by far. However, the disadvantage is that it doesn't scale that well into late game. If you're interested in playing Beastmaster, this is the class that I'm the most familiar with, so you're welcome to ask me questions directly live on Twitch or check out my other video about Beastmasters, and I'll have more Beastmaster follow-up videos soon. On the other hand, you have the Falcon playstyles, which resemble a traditional archers in the typical MMO, where you spam attack.
Reaper from TNL looks similar.
Instead,
Bro,
this is definitely the
our
easiest
style is completely
to play
different
by far, and is the class that utilize auto battle the best.
Let me guess, we cannot play from
It
Europe.
has a rough
Wait, what?
early game when you,
You
don't
can.
have enough talent point and when you don't have enough crit.
Which
Early
game
counts.
restricts
Plus, you
Europe?
can also take immunity shot to support the rest of your team by making your entire team immune to physical damage for 5 seconds, which is really good in late game. The next up is going to be the Mage class, which is your typical MMO Mage. In this game, there's Element, and the Mage is going to be a Ice playstyles. Unfortunately, it can only cast Ice spells. There's no like Fireball, there's no like Lightning. It's all just Ice spells. Mage come in 2 different playstyles. So you have your typical
it's
Mage,
got
which is
DPS meter.
currently the one on the screen casting Icicles, and then you also have the Ray playstyles, which casts a Beam instead. The Ray playstyles is one of the easier class to play, only behind the two marksmen in terms of the difficulty.
If this DPS man, I gotta go
is another
DPS.
class that I highly recommend
I gotta
for
go
beginners
DPS.
or casuals. It is just really easy to play. You just hold down your beam the entire time, and you're able to do great AoE damage. The two final DPS classes are going to be Wind Knight as well as Stormblade. However, first I want to address the problem with playing a melee DPS in this game. Just like most typical MMO, melee class come with a range disadvantage, which means that it is just going to be generally harder to play. It's harder to keep up your uptime since it's harder for you to reach the boss. If the boss moves but you're forced to stay in place
Melee
to solve
life.
these certain mechanics,
Melee life.
you're going to lose a lot of damage as a result of just not being able to hit the boss because he's far. One of these, for example, is going to be the stack mechanics, where you have to stack and soak the damage on top of your party. But if your party have a missed position and the boss is actually far away, you might, as a result, lose a lot of damage because you're not able to hit them. With that being said, we have the most popular class in the game, Stormblade. Stormblade is the melee katana playstyles. It is have extremely flashy gameplay and very cool animation. It is divided into Iaido, which is a more bursty playstyles. This is one of the harder to play class in the entire game, but it is also one of the more skill expressive and vulnerable class in this game. And if you're looking for more
What's
of
the
a
DPS
challenge,
tier
if you're
list,
looking
though?
to min-max your gear, your gameplay a little bit, then this could be a good class. Otherwise, you have the Moonstrike playstyles, which summon these like Reaper. It's also really cool. This is the more consistent DPS in the game, and it's easier to play than Iaido. The final class to introduce today is going to be Wind
Oh, this
Knight.
is what I wanted to
Is
play.
a
This
melee
fucking
DPS
air
class
combo with the
using
spear.
a lance, kind of like a Lancers or polearm, whatever you call this weird looking thing. Their two different playstyles are going to be Vanguard as well as Skyward. The Vanguard playstyle, also more commonly referred to as Ground Lancers, is a DPS style that utilizes the lance on the ground and attack extremely quick. It has really swift movement. However, it is slightly
Oh, that
harder to
looks
play
fluid.
compared to many of the other classes in the game. I like to show people this meme a lot, where you have Wolf Bow, where you can get a bunch of damage just by using the auto battle by pressing H, and then you have Vanguard Wind Knight, who hopefully this all makes sense. On the other hand, you have Skyward, also known as the
Melee
Air
life.
Lancers. This is a playstyle where you literally flew up into the skies and attack down. It's also slightly harder to play compared to the many other classes in the game. Just like Vanguard, the Skyward playstyles also kind of follow like a flow chart when it comes down to casting your skills, kind of like a priority list of what you want to do in certain situations depending on your stack.
Oh, I like those DPS rotation
Overall, I highly
style.
recommend to choose the class that look the coolest to you or you think that you have the most fun with. Overall, this is a casual for fun MMO, so having fun is definitely the most important priority when it comes down to choosing a class.
I need a tier list.
If you do choose a tank though, I would appreciate it because there is a
50
pretty big
minute
shortage of tanks. So
Tier list.
before we get started, I would just auto battle every single time. Really solid.
Vanguard Sky. Why is the resolution?
AoE. Skyward is also really solid. It kind of has like a
Of course,
Blue
it's
play
just a
styles
mage
where
and
you
range on
jump
S tier.
up into the sky and then land. The unfortunate news for both of the Wind Knight class is your melee. Melee, unfortunately, in this game has a pretty big disadvantage over range, just because that's like every game, you know. Like I feel like every single MMO, nobody has ever figured out how to remove the range advantage over melee. So
TL
melee,
doesn't.
unfortunately, just have a pretty big disadvantage. Like
TL's the only game that
boss
melee doesn't have
super close to
disadvantage.
China. Now you have to like chase after
Fucking
the boss,
100 meter
but
gap
you
close.
have The range DPS are skill pumping, but I'm not talking about those. But Wind Knight, also you lose damage like that. So Wind Knight unfortunately suffer from melee syndrome. Also Iaido and Moonblade too, but I'm not talking about those. But Wind Knight unfortunately suffer.
Who's Dissonance? Is that a
melee
healer?
syndrome. So they're both pretty fair class. They're pretty average. They're nothing really special. Okay.
Should I just go range? I'm gonna have a ping issue as well. I think it's range angle. Or tank. Who's this? Smite. I wish there was like a DPS, like actual DPS tier list, like the pass. $1,000 now. Looks like a phone game, but not bad. It is a phone game. But it doesn't look like a phone game.
Are you confused about which class? One of my they're all good at what they do best.
授業中にタバコはない。
Tempest in your parties when you're doing dungeon run and other things like that. So with that being said, rerolling is not a must and definitely help a little bit in the long run. Do remember the golden rule of thumb, and that is that purple tier 5 Imagis are very likely going to be better than your gold tier 0 Imagis. So in the long run, if you're a DPS and you're not getting that gold tier 3 Imagis, then it's not going to matter anyway. But as a tank or a support, getting the first copy of some of these utility Imagis are going to be really, really good for you. So with that being said, if this we have a saying called Wolfbow H God. If you didn't know, basically when you press H, it turned on the auto battle system, and so it basically just attacked for you, right? When you're playing marksman, the auto battle actually could potentially do more damage than playing the game, because the game is able to spam your attack faster than you, and the marksman is just all about like spamming your attack. You have like a short burst rotation, but they updated the auto battle logic so that the game actually know how to do it. You can see like when the bar is full, it will automatically cast my focus skills, and it'll start draining the bar. When the bar is at 60, it'll cast my torrent skills to fill the bar back up. The game actually have a really smart auto battle logic to the point where I promise you 99% of the player, especially if you're a casual, will be significantly better off by playing marksman and then just playing on auto battle. You will almost likely out damage half, if not 75% of the player base just by playing marksman.
Okay, I'm picking this class.
Auto battle, because this class is so strong with the auto battle. You don't lose any damage by turning on auto battle. In fact, you can even gain damage because the game's spamming faster than you, right? The thing with Wildpack specifically is that they have a talent that let them ignore the boss defense as well as guarantee their crit on the coordinated attack. So there's this.
Oh fuck, do you know?
talent
Did I
right
miss?
here. It's in Chinese, obviously, but this
Shit.
basically say like the wolf attack will ignore enemy defense, and there's another talent somewhere here. It's like once you have unlocked it, the wolf is guaranteed a crit.
No.
So basically, what happened is, pretty much majority of the class in this game is a crit scaling class, and they build crit. Marksman, specifically Wolfbow, come into the game and they just spawn in with 100% crit rate, right? Like everyone has to like slowly work to get their crit up, and crit is like a stat where the more you have, the better it is. Marksman spawn into the game and be like, I'm just gonna.
Oh, it's just a broken class then.
I have 100% crit rate. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I don't have to do any crit rate. You just crit every time, right? So this is basically how it works. Wolfbow spawn into the game and just do a million damage, and then everyone else has to slowly actually build a class to do more damage. So like, come into the game, you have to like work on your gear, build on your crit, find your stat line, and you put over time you get more damage. Wolfbow spawn into the game and just do damage. That's the difference. The downside for Marksman is that, Wolfbow particularly, is that unfortunately, because all your damage just comes initially when you spawn in, its class has scaled really poorly. It doesn't matter because the content is here, right? So Marksman, you spawn in, you are destroying all the content already, and you continue to destroy all the content over game. Every other class has to work up until they eventually like get gear so they can do the content, right? But the problem is at the very, very, very end, all the other classes will start to outscale Marksman really badly. Mostly in the pay-to-win category. If you're free to play, Marksman is still, or Wolfbow is still really the way to go, because it's people have to work so
I prefer
hard
blue
and maybe
line,
even swipe to catch up.
but that blue line represents full pay to win.
Or Wolfbow is still really the way to go, because it's people have to work so hard and maybe even swipe to catch up to where you are, where you just spawn with the damage. But do keep in mind that Wolfbow will get outscaled at the very end. So Wolfbow, while it is the most free-to-play friendly class, it's the worst pay-to-win class. If you're trying to swipe, this class scale horribly, and it does not scale with investment, so I would not swipe or whale on this class at all. But nevertheless,
That's my class
for
then.
how easy it is to play, for how strong it is early, for how it is horrible to play early game, because until you get like the corresponding talent, you just like fine class. They're fine, they're good class. There isn't really like a holy shit no point. They're
Ice
pretty
Mage.
well-rounded class. After the buff, actually the rate, and it used to be really good at single target damage, but now every class can do the same damage anyway, so there's no point of playing Icicle Mage unless you want to suffer. Icicle Mage have this meter. They have too many meters. They have this like stacks, they have this meter, they have this like ice thingy. The problem with Icicle Mage is that you spend more time looking at the resource bar than actually playing the game. And then you have to like dodge. Actually, the raid playstyles is arguably the best class in the game, beyond even Wolfbow. So let's start with that. The raid playstyles of the Frost Mage, which is the beam class, is this one right here, where you go, this one right here, where you just fire a beam. This class was pretty bad when the game first came out, and they made a lot of changes, and after the first balance patch, arguably this is the true best class at the game now. So Frost Mage, or the Beam class, Frost Beam in English, deserve to be S tier. Frost Beam has the best AoE in the game right now. It's absolutely the god of AoE, because they changed the beam to be AoE. So this beam was actually single target when the game first came out. If you played it on the beta version of Global, this beam was single target. They have adjusted it so that this beam is now AoE, and I think they have a lot of CC, because the tornado and the wave and stuff can group the mob. So this is now the god of AoE. their single target damage is also very, very good and very competitive. They basically do the same damage.
Yeah, let me change category, might as well.
Single target wise, couple other single target class, but they have got AoE, and they are very, very easy to play. They're not as easy as to play on Wolfbow because you literally just press auto battle. Oh, by the way, when I say auto battle, the only class that can truly auto battle the entire way is Marksman. Okay, every other class can have auto battle, but you can't truly auto battle. But Frostbeam has a very, very easy to play styles. You just charge up your meter, you beam, and then you AFK until your meter come back up, and then you beam, and that's it. And then you just do very, very good damage, broken AoE damage. And so Frostbeam is arguably the best class in the game right now because it is easy to play, is the most strongest damage. At the current moment, this is actually the class that is in demand. People actually recruit for specifically the beam mage on N19 to N20 content because it is the most consistent class that seems to be pumping damage. I'm trying to see if there's people recruiting for beam mage on the party finder. I definitely saw some earlier, but it doesn't look like anyone is doing N18 to N19 right now.
So we're putting 50
those are
minutes.
really hard content. People will probably just pre-made.
As far as I know.
But this is the class that I see the most people recruiting for right now in the world chat at the current moment. So yeah, it doesn't matter because again, like the only difference between beam mage being
I'm leaning towards Frost Beam.
Very end where you're doing N20 content. But you only have to do up to N6 to basically get all the gear in the game. So this is a good class if you're like pushing really hard and you're free to play and you can't play the game. But B Mage is really good. On the other hand, we have Icicle Mage. Icicle Mage content. So this is a good class if you're like pushing really hard and you're free to play and you can't play the game. But B Mage is really good. On the other hand, we have Icicle Mage. Icicle Mage used to be a pretty good class before the buff. After the buff, everyone else just got better, and Icicle Mage is actually a class I will now not recommend. It's not that it's bad. Again, like, there's no bad class in the game except if you're playing DPS healer. Alright, if you're playing DPS healer, I'm coming to your house and uninstalling the game. Icicle Mage is just so annoying to play, and it used to be really good at single target damage, but now every class can do the same damage anyway, so there's no point of playing. Vanguard and Skyward are just like fine class. They're fine, they're good class. There isn't really like a holy shit no point. They're pretty well-rounded, especially Vanguard. Vanguard is maybe one of the most well-rounded class in the game. Like, you're pretty tanky, your survival ability is pretty good, you're pretty good at doing damage. There just isn't really like a holy shit factor compared to the S tier class. Skyward is the late game scaling class where you build on crit, and Skyward has very good AoE. It actually was the best AoE class in the game, assuming you're able to crit every single time, which with more mob you're gonna be able to get crit more consistently until Frostbeam got buff. Until they literally changed the single target spell from Frostbeam from single target to AoE, Skyward was the best AoE class in the game. But overall, Skyward is a very good class. It used to be one of the best damaging DPS class in the game until every other class got buffed. Now just like it's still really good, right? But it's just like it's not special. It's not special. Both these classes are really good. Vanguard really solid AoE. Skyward is also really solid. It kind of has like a cool play styles where you jump up into the sky and then land. The unfortunate news for both of the Midnight class is your melee. Melee, unfortunately, in this game has a pretty big disadvantage
wanted
over
this.
range, just because
But I think I'm gonna play
that's
Frost
like
Mage.
every game, you know. Like I feel like every single MMO, nobody has ever figured out how to remove the range advantage over melee. So melee, unfortunately, just have a pretty big disadvantage. Like, you know, if the boss move across to China, or the next class. Oh, man, because guitar. I recommend it the entire time. So after the first balance patch, Dissonance was still not that good, and people were like, but it turned out this class was bugged. One of their stats just straight up didn't work, and they finally fixed the bug. After they have fixed the bug, Dissonance is the god tier of the class in this game. So this is currently the god tier class in this game. Dissonance is currently the class that people are running in extreme angle. The reason why sorry, this is SS, this is God. The reason why Dissonance became a god is because this is a DPS healer class, but unlike Smite Orca, Dissonance has the capability to perform the same damage as your regular DPS class while being a healer class. So Dissonance actually ditched out similar competitive damage as all the DPS class in the game while being a healer class, and you can still like heal a little bit, right? One of the things with this game is that it kind of forces you into the 1-3-3 party setup because you have a buff. So when you're doing dungeons, which is 5 people, it kind of forces you to play 1 healer, 3 DPS, and 1 tank, like this. You don't have to, but it gives you a 25% damage buff when you have 1 healer, 1 tank, and 3 DPS. So people will basically just always do 1 healer, 1 tank, 3 DPS. Dissonance is secretly a 4th DPS that disguised as a healer. And so what you can do is you can have your Dissonance be the healer slot, and then you have your 3 regular DPS, and then your tank. And then because you're just doing farming low level content, the healing is enough to like cover everyone, but you actually have 4 DPS, and so you can like speedrun content this way. And Dissonance is the only class that break the game like this. I currently, as far as I know, all the super extreme content, all the N20, N19 content are currently ran with only Dissonance for the same reason. It's because the endgame content, or N19 right now, people don't have enough DPS to clear it because they don't have enough gear. And so, because they're missing gear, because they're missing damage, people will bring Dissonance guitar to get the last bit of damage. Oh, it looked like this guy didn't do damage, but maybe I can find someone who actually do damage. Okay, we have the Dissonant class here. This is the red class. You can see it's not doing as much damage as the other class. Maybe it's low focus on buffing, but its damage capability is still very high. You can see the tank did 4% damage. Dissonance guitar did 15% damage, and then the Ice Beam Mage did 22%. So in that sense, like, considering that Dissonance is healing the party, doing 15% damage is actually a lot, and it's probably more focused on buffing because it's probably using like buff Imagi and LSL for the EI though, right? So this damage is actually ridiculous, right? Like normally healer don't do damage, but Dissonance for some reason do damage and they heal. So this is the one true god of the game because you're a healer that's you're a DPS that's disguised as a healer but also heal, right? So this is the holy grail of like the game, right? Anytime that you are comfortable without healing, Dissonance is the best, I think.
Okay, I pick my class. I'm going Frostbeam. It should be out in 40 minutes. You can pre-download it right now. Sub opens in 40 minutes.
We're doing a full complete beginner guide for starting out in Brew Protocol Star Residence today. Brew Protocol Star Residence has 8 classes. Each of them have 2 different playstyles known as subs. Majority of your EXP come from alongside with daily quests. The max level in this game is level 60, and every day you're gonna slowly grind your level up on the main story quest until you eventually hit level 60, which I believe is about a week or even 2 weeks in late.
What? Oh, the leveling is time gated.
Is not too difficult. You can press H on your keyboard to enable
1 week for max level,
which will automatically cast your skills for you. For the most part, your main goal when you first start out the game is just to catch up to the latest main story chapter, which again grants you majority of the EXP, and then optionally you can explore the world or do dungeon and stuff like that. Dungeon is gonna be where
not hit max level today.
Your progression come from. You can find the
I'm gonna go harder next level today.
Side of the town in the
finish the end game
facility, or you can press I on your
finish with the
keyboard
game.
and open the party finder, and from here on you can queue for the unstable day dungeon, which is your daily dungeon, or the chaotic realm dungeon, which drop higher tier gear like legendary gear and stuff like that. Gear progression in this game mostly come from dungeon, but your ability score, which is what determines how strong your character is, has a couple different unique points to them. The album and the module system will not be initially available in the game, however you can start working on your gear, your talent, as well as your skills. Talent is like a special bonus that you get for your class. Now there's an initial expertise page which you have to learn every single thing, so the order here doesn't really particularly matter too much, but once you do max out the first page, you're able to specialize into one of the 2 subclasses where you start to different in play styles. In order to acquire talent, you need to spend arcane seal as well as talent point, but very luckily this is completely refundable and resettable. You can readjust your talent at any given time, and when you do reset it, you do get the item you spend back, so you can easily change it.
Good stuff.
And still feel free to like learn, play around, like explore what kind of talent you want in your skill tree. Otherwise, of course, next to your talent, you also have skill training. Now, the thing about Brew Protocol Star Residence is that every single class can equip up to 4 skills, and only the equipped skills will count in your ability scores. Every single skill can be leveled to level 30, which boosts the base attack. So when you click upgrade, you can upgrade it to level 30, which increases the base damage by a little bit, and this only costs you bound Luno. It's pretty easy to max out. But the more important thing is going to be the advancement, which is what the tier is. In order to advance your skills, you have to spend these skill books, and every single class have their corresponding skill books. But something to be very careful of here is that skill book is an extremely rare resources, and in order to reset your skill tiers, you have to spend a recall key, which is costing you like premium items. So in general, I'll be very careful about spending skill book. Make sure you are understanding what skills you're spending it on before you spend the skills book. And usually you can find like a class guide on what is the best skill to spend your skill book on. For example, for a marksman, it's going to be something like your basic attack, normal attack, based on the spec that you're playing. In Brew Protocol Star Residence, majority of your resources is going to come from weekly shop and stuff like that, such as the honor coin shop, where you can buy a bunch of skill book per week, a bunch of upgrade item and other things like that. You'll get different currencies based on the activity you do, and then there is always going to be like a corresponding shop according to the currency that you do. Some of them might be in the store menu, some of them might be in an NPC where you have like weekly limited exchange to buy item and stuff like that. While Brew Protocol Star Residence has a different couple unique in-game currency shop, the most important one to understand is going to be the one at the very top right here, which are Rose Orb as well as Luno. Rose Orb is the premium currencies. This is the cash shop currencies. This is the main currency you spend to buy premium item like outfit and stuff like that. However, there is like a bound, the free-to-play version of this premium currencies, what I like to call the freemium currencies. The bound Rose Orb currencies kind of act like the premium Rose Orb currencies, except it's a lot more limited on the item that you can buy. You'll be able to know what item you can buy because they have a special bound orb next to it on the icon instead of the regular orb. The bound Rose Orb currency can be earned in-game when you open chests for the first time through exploration, through server maintenance, conversation, and stuff like that. The main use of the bound Rose Orb currency is going to be to buy the mysterious shop for gear progression related item like skill book because they are so limited. So this is actually one that you would buy all the time, for example. But in general, I'll be very careful when you're spending bound Rose Orb currencies. Moving on to the Luno, the unbound version of the Luno follow a similar concept. The unbound version of Luno are mostly used for player-to-player trading in the trading center. The main way of acquiring Luno is to sell tradable items, which are also kind of hard to get. When you're doing gear progressions, character progression, and stuff like that, when you upgrade your skills, most of the time you're going to be spending bound Luno. You can see that it's bound right here, which are significantly easier to acquire. So don't be afraid of spending this for something like gear progression and other things like that. But the unbound version of the Luno, the regular Luno, is hard to get because it only really comes from player-to-player tradings. In general, if you ever have items that are tradable, I would highly suggest you just sell them, especially at the very beginning of the game, because that is one of the biggest Luno slots that you can get, especially as a free-to-play player. When you explore the beautiful world of Blue Protocol Star Residence, you will occasionally come across chests like this, where when you open them, you get a bounce Rose Orb as a reward. So definitely explore the world of Blue Protocol Star Residence and stuff like that. You'll notice that I'm able to jump 5 times, and you might not be able to when the game first starts out. This is going to be something that you slowly unlock as you progress through the game. You can click on the adventure level in your character tab and you'll be brought to this screens. Hitting the second tab allow you to see what ability in terms of movement.
More of an MMO though, I think.
Be sure to actually activate the ability so you can use them. For example, at level 1, you have the auto vault skills. Level 18 gives you the chain jump skills that let you jump up to 3 times. And then 4 times at level 30 and 5 times at level 35, and these are things you slowly unlock over time. In order to unlock flying though, especially early, what you actually need to do is come over to the first map, and right here at the ancient city, there is this giant flower that you can resonate. Resonating with this will unlock you the flying flow skills, and you actually have to equip the skills before you can fly. Hit the skills button, come over to the third tab, and then right here drag the flow button down to your hotbar, and this unlocks the floating skills. Finally, when you are floating and if you have gotten enough height, what you want to do is click the left click button to actually fly around. And you can do this. You kind of have to go and do this like parallel bar motion where you go up, down, in order to transfer great distance, but I'll definitely encourage you doing this as soon as possible just so you can explore the world of Blue Protocol Star Residence. Flying directly over to this town right here, once you have collected your floating skills, you can see that next to this teleport node have a wind tunnel on it. Activating this wind tunnel and then flying into it, and finally flying into the actual wind tunnel, allow you to fly to the mountaintop. Oh, I missed. Flying through the wind tunnel, or in this case, walking through the wind tunnel, will bring you all the way to the mountaintop right here, which unlock the secondary mobility skills that is extremely useful in combat or exploring the world, which is the charge skills. So once again, you come here, you see the Rasengan, you just press F to resonate, and this gives you the phantom dash skills that you dash around. You occasionally come across these boss type monsters where taking them down will give you a big reward. When these boss enemy are defeated, they'll drop a chest that you can open for reward, but do be aware that it will cost you a boss key. You get 2 of these key every single day and it refreshes at reset, and it can stack up to 6 times. A good way to track down the type of monsters you want to hunt for is to click the monster hunt at the bottom right of your map, and from here on you can see a list of monsters that you can track down in the game by clicking the bottom right track button. Now there's going to be the elite tab as well as the boss tab. The boss enemies spawn every top of the hour as well as 30 minutes. I think the boss type on the left spawn the top of the hours, and then the boss type on the right spawn like every 30 minutes, so like 1:30, 2:30, and 4:30 and something like that. So people hunt these down really fast, so ideally you want to be there when they spawn, or otherwise sometimes people will call out where they can find bosses in the world chat as well. Outside of boss type enemy, you can also hunt and track down elite type enemy, which uses a key reward system similar to the boss drop. Or if you're feeling really lucky, you can try to chase down one of these super cool magical creatures, and they can give you extremely cool reward. At the beginning of the game, you can only explore the Astoria plain, but over time, they will unlock more and more map, including the Dust Dye Wood, the Evernfall Forest, the Windhowl Kaon, and the Schemer Lyre. As the map expands, there will also be more life skill node available for you to do. Life skill is another core system available in Blue Protocol Star Residence that allow you to craft essential item related to your gear progression, or you can even fish. Life skills uses a daily stamina system called Focus, and you mostly want to focus on mining and smelting at the very beginning to make these metals that are essential for your gear progression.
Yeah.
But to understand more about life skills, check out my other life
There's
skill
gonna be some form of
videos
time
for
gating.
beginners. If you ever have questions such as a in-game mechanics
like
or even
daily dungeon
the in-game guide is
amounts.
actually extremely helpful. It teaches you a lot about the game.
But I think
if
there's
you're
also like
afraid
open
of
world
doing
grinding that you can do.
the game actually have dungeon guide as well, going over main mechanics that you need to do to complete the dungeons. So don't be too afraid to kill into a dungeon and try some of these out. The game is very generous in terms of telling you what you need to do to complete the dungeon. And of course, if you do have an actual questions about some of the other things in the game, you can always ask me in the comment below, or I'll be streaming live on the first day when the server come up. You will be able to ask me questions live over there and get live answer. But additionally, is that the game should launch with Twitch drop, so you're able to get some really cool in-game reward as well. So be seeing you guys there when the game server do come up. So with that being said, that is all I have for you guys today. Hope you guys enjoy your journey on Bruce.
Yo, felt like Legend of Neverland if someone played it, but if Legend of Neverland, never heard of it. It's a pay to win, don't play it. It's gonna open soon, 30 minutes. Let's watch more videos. Daily checklist.
What's up, boys? Got something good for you guys today, which is a Brew Protocol Star Residence daily and weekly checklist. Now, before I go over each of these items, there's going to be a link in the description.
Is there any
that you can
PvP?
download this checklist right
I'm wondering
now.
that as well, but I don't think so.
Being said, be sure to subscribe to the channel if this video helps you out, and I do of course stream daily on Twitch for Brew Protocol Star Residence. Let's get started. We're gonna go in order of the checklist. Starting off, of course, you have anything related to the current event, whether that be something like sign-in bonus, or the recommended tab there is gonna be the daily question and error that you can do to get some bound rose orb as well. Moving into your guild hall, you're gonna have your guild check-in, which you can do by talking to the administrators, and this will give you guild EXP, guild fund, guild merit, and then
the old protocol had like
right next to it to do your guild cargoes.
Competitive
the way the guild
PvE
is you basically just deliver item to the
with Team 1 versus Team 2 on who clears fast. Like it was called Arena. I don't know if they have it in this version.
You do get a little bit of unbound Luno back, so this is definitely very, very good to do. Usually people just buy the level 3 gems. Every day there's gonna be items that fetch high prices. Normal items.
This game will be more pay to win than Lost Ark.
In general, just try to go for the high price item, so you don't
know
use
about
too many
that.
resources to complete the guild cargo. And you can depart. And when it depart, you immediately get 1,800 Luno. If you're really lazy, you can just spend that 1,800 Lunos on the auction house to buy the item you need for the day. Speaking of guilds,
it's
we're gonna talk
pretty much
about
gonna be heavily pay to win. Of course, it's got gacha and shit. But some people underestimate the pay to win level of Lost Ark as well.
To have it unlocked, that you're gonna be able to find the grocery administrators. So here you can have the
I think you can play casually.
Spend that guild token to buy item. The item that I recommend in order is gonna be to buy the life skills potions for sure. Buy the skill supply chest weekly for sure. And then if you can, try to buy the 2 mech shard. Now the purple mech shard is a monthly exchange and you can only get up to 3, but the blue mech shard is a weekly exchange and you can get up to 5. So these are really important items. And finally, if you have spare, you can get the advanced materials selection chest. 2 additional guild activities to do to get you those guild token is going to be the guild dance and the guild hunt. The guild dance and the guild hunt are only open on the weekend, but they're hidden under the weekly tab. So here you have the guild hunt, and you can see that this only open up on Friday, Saturday, Sunday on a specific time, and you basically go with your team to hunt specific stuff. And then you have the guild dance, which is only open on Friday at a specific time.
Guild
and
dance.
you basically just come in here and dance around and stuff like that. So these are kind of like.
Well, you actually
Next up,
dance.
we
What
have
fuck?
the unstable dungeon. The unstable dungeon, oh my
2
god,
dungeons
funny
a
looking
day.
characters. The unstable dungeon is a daily dungeon that you can get reward twice a day. And this is really good. You always want to prefer to do it in teams instead of doing it in single duo because you get different reward. In single duo, you get the alloy shard. In team, you have the chest, which potentially give you very, very good items. So you always want to do it in team if possible, unless you're really lazy. You can additionally do it more than twice, but you won't get any of this reward anymore. But instead, you're able to farm friendship point here. Friendship point, as the name implies, is points you get when you play with your friends, and the easiest to farm that is gonna be through the unstable dungeon because you clear that the fastest, right? You can spend friendship points in the weekly shop. This is another weekly shop here in the colorful store, and then coming to the friendship point. Most importantly thing to buy is of course going to be the bounce rose orbs. You get 300 of these orbs per week, and otherwise you can consider buying the homestead coin, which have some use, which I'll talk about later, and whatever else you want, like dye for your cosmetic items or just mostly emo and cosmetic items. Speaking of dungeon, of course you have the regular chaotic realm dungeon. This is where you will get your gear drop and stuff like that. Now, the chaotic realm dungeons are dungeons that you can farm infinite, so you can keep getting the gear drop. However, the dungeon also do drop the reforged stones. And the reforged stones, there's a weekly limit on it. After, I think, getting like 30 of these reforged stones for each level, you'll stop getting them. So you want to ideally do at least like I think 10 to 12 run to get all the reforged stone available for that week, which make dungeon like a semi-weekly task. Next up on the daily list, we have the commission, which you can pick up at the guild hall right at the town right here. The way the commission work is that when you click accept, you'll accept 3 different quests and you can go to do it, and they are all kind of just like mini game and stuff like that. And once you have completed all 3, you get a bonus reward automatically. You don't have to come back and turn it in. You get it automatically, which are going to be additional honor coin as well as the reputation currencies. Now, the commission can be stacked up to 3 times, so you don't have to do it every day. You can solo the commission very, very easily. And
It's
very
opening in
fast,
24
but
minutes.
Of course, this is an MMO, so you want to play with your friends. A lot of people will actually tie the unstable dungeon and the commission quest all together, and they call it the 2+3 daily, implying doing the 2 unstable dungeon together and then doing the 3 commission all together. The commission quests give you honor coin as well as reputation coin, as we have talked about. Now, honor coin you can get by basically doing anything in the game, not just commission, but the reputation mostly just come from commissions, right? The honor coin can be buy a lot of really useful item and are extremely essential for your progression. You basically want to buy every single item here that can help you in your progression, including your 25 skill books, your weekly reforged stones, your modules eventually when
To
it
check out where
unlocks,
Windsmeet
your
comes out
Luno
next month.
pouches, Arcane Seal,
Bro,
if
you know what's
needed,
next month?
the dungeon raid
Ion
material
2,
and stuff
bro.
like that. Basically, just buy everything. Just buy as much
It's
as
gonna be
you
our
can.
filler
You
until
do have
Ion.
a weekly limit of 10,000 honor coin per week, but it's pretty easy to get 10,000. So just buy out everything if possible. More importantly, it contained the Luno pouch as well as revive candy, and also some healing item that you don't really need. But general, the Luno pouch and the revive candy are also really good. The reputation shop has very, very limited item. However, it does contain a weekly purchase of the Will Wish coin, which allow you to do 1 single gacha pull on the Will Wish. More importantly, it contained the Luno pouch as well as revive candy, and also some healing item that you don't really need. But general, the Luno pouch and the revive candy are also really good. Next to the colorful stage shop, you will find the mystery shop, and here you can find a bunch of useful items for your progressions for bound rose orb. This refreshes on daily reset at 5 AM, And if you have the expensive battle pass, you can refresh it once every day for free. So that means you get 2 shop if you have the battle pass instead of just 1 shop. The next daily item is gonna be your boss and elite key. Every day you'll get 2 of these key and they can stack up to 6. The elite loot key lets you get a special loot after killing a elite enemy. The boss loot key can let you get a special loot after killing a boss enemy, and this is the main source of your Imagi wheel, right? If you're confused on where to find elite or boss enemy, click the monster hunt button at the bottom right of your map, and here you can find elite as well as bosses. The main elite to hunt. If you're confused about which elite and boss to hunt, trying to genocide the Muku family is always a really good idea. The Muku Scout is one of the best DPS Imagi out there and is used by every DPS, so it can sell for a lot. Likewise, the Muku Chef is probably the best DPS Imagi out there for like every single DPS class. So likewise, it can also usually sell for a lot and sell for the most. And so you can just sell this one and get the other one you need, which if you're like a support, which are like Hive Mind, if you're like a tank, you can get like the Tempest. Next up on the item list, you have life skills. Every day you'll get 400 life skills focus. It stack up to 2,000, so you don't have to do it. But in general, just clear your 400 a day. I have a complete
Game's out in
life
20
skills,
minutes.
guy out already. If you want to check out,
You can pre-download now.
Life skills. One of the big reasons why you want to do your daily life skills though is because of the season hub quest, which is the battle pass. The battle pass work like this. Every day you have like a lot of different quote-unquote challenge that give you point, and you want to get to 500 point if possible to get the biggest reward. If you're lazy, you can just stop at 200, which give you majority of the things, including Luno, EXP, and other things. Right, so every single thing here give you different points. By
Get ready
following
to wait in
this
queue.
guide, you would have completed most of it.
Not if
already,
you're in the
including
first
guild
in the
cargoes,
queue.
your commission, your unstable stage, consume life skills. So this should be
I'm gonna speedrun the
easy
character
peasy
creation.
500. If not, just do some of the repeatable quests like kill monster and stuff like that. Speaking of the season hub, we have 2 other shops to find in here, which is going to be the 4th tab selling the season store.
I wonder what the
In
server's
here,
gonna
you
look
can
like.
use the
Like,
season
it's
point
gonna
that
have
you have
fucking
accumulated over time to
Asia
buy
server
an item.
or
Most importantly, it's going to be the boy item that
otherwise
you
it's
use
just
to
NA
upgrade your
angle.
armband, Luno pouch as always, album power part as always to upgrade your armband, and then other things as you need like material selection chest and other things like that. The boy item is used to upgrade your
Better be C
armband, which
servers.
you can find in the 2nd tab right here, and you click the album, and here you can use the material that you have just bought to upgrade the armband, which are just mostly gear score patterns. However,
C
at
and
the
EU.
bottom
There
right
is C?
of the season hub, you can see this reclaim hub. This here is used to purchase for content that you miss.
Alright.
If you ever miss out on any content, you didn't log in for a day or for a week, all the content or the item in this game can be found in the reclaim hub. So for example, I
Getting
haven't
fast
done,
just to have nothing to do
Snip
after
and
30
Vault
minutes.
in a while. The game
Is it
allow
for
you to just
real?
reclaim all the missed out item here. So definitely check out the reclaim hub, see what you can buy from here. You can find a
You think
really,
this is going to be a
really
good game?
item in here. This is called
I
cash up
mean,
shop because it
there will
basically
be
just lets you
people who
buy
enjoy
items
it
that
for
you missed
sure,
out
like
to
it's-
cash up. You have to spend reclaim
Like,
tokens
it's
in
people
order
who
to buy
enjoy
the
these
item
kind of
in the
games,
shop,
like
but basically just by playing
mobile.
the game, you get the reclaim token back. And it's basically just like, hey, if you just
Like,
came back, you have to play the game a little bit.
It's
before
not
you can
full
get the
gacha,
reclaim
it's like
token, and then you can buy the
mid
rest of the
gacha,
item.
like COA, Christopher
Coming
Allen.
back into the guild hall, we have the expedition quest right here, which is on the left or the right. This is like a boss raid. It opened at a specific time. If you don't know when it opened, there's gonna be a timer at the bottom right here. You can get the reward once a day, but most importantly is that
the
you
game looks
only
pretty
need to
solid.
get up to 1200 point for the week.
I hope there's
once
raid.
you
There is
have
raids.
1200 point, you don't have to do this every day.
There is raids.
anymore.
There's
And then coming
dungeon
across the
raids
guild
and there's
hall,
like
we have the Pinwheel Award.
trial,
This is a weekly
like a
item
mythic
reward,
dungeon where you have to
based
like
on
climb
the
high
previous
level.
week activity. So
You
here
know,
you can
it's a
see
typical
a list of
endgame
reward that you can
PvE
get, but the gimmick
MMO
here
stuff.
is that you can only get 3 different rewards, and they have to be different types. So for
There's
example,
open
you
world,
cannot
like,
click
boss
both of the
as well.
reinforced stones because there's the same type. So you have to
No
basically
PvP.
select the reinforced stones. One
It's
of
a
the
PvE
gear,
game.
like I can select both the bracelet as well as the bow because they are both gear type, and then remaining is going to be the module. The Pinwheel Award basically just come from the previous activity that you have done. So you have to do 6 chaotic dungeon realm to unlock these frees, do 12 elite or 12 boss to unlock this free, and then consume 1800 focus to unlock this free. And by doing all the things available in the spreadsheet, you should automatically unlock this.
It seems like
and you'll
there's a
be
lot of
able
things to do,
claim
like
your weekly
enough
reward here
things
every
to
week.
do.
The final daily task to talk about is going to be for your RP.
Oh, it's the
You can
housing.
enter your house by clicking the homestead button once you have unlocked it, and you can come here for the quest.
It looks pretty good. You
Just
get the
a
whole
lot
like
of
the
other
garden
quests in
and
this
shit.
game, this quest kind of stack up until
It looks better than
Throne.
Throne.
And then the way the homestead quest work is that they would just ask for a specific material that you can just submit, and you get home EXP, you get home coin. Pretty much all the material he asked for are going to be life skills item that does not consume stamina.
Did I just see a
Those are going to
swimsuit?
be the regular life skills item. However, if you're very
Gotta buy that
lazy,
fast.
you can just buy the material from the merchant here. This is one of the reasons why the home coin technically have some advantage, because in order to craft the artisanary item, the burning powder as well as gem wax, it will cost you these basic life skills items, which are resins as well as charcoal. But these items, instead of spending bound
Bro was
Luno to
paid to
buy
promote
the
this trash
NPC,
MMO. 1 out of
you
10
can
trash.
actually just buy
1
from
out of
your
10
own
trash?
using
Doesn't
the
that mean it's
homestead
good?
coin right here, right? So
There's
this
only 1 out of 10
technically
trash.
save you a little bit of bound Luno. It's not that important in the long run, but it helps. We have another weekly shop, but this time it's gonna be at the Gear Forge Artisan at the bottom of the town. Here under the Gear Exchange, there's gonna be a weekly Luno pouch bag that you
It's
can
gonna feel
buy
more like
using
UA
the
than actual
corresponding
MMO.
Aloe shard. So at the level 40 gear shop, there
We'll
is
see.
the 20
But
Luno
I
pouch
think
right
it's
here.
more
At the
open
level
world
60 gear shop,
rather
there's
than
another 20
those
Luno pouch
UA,
right here. And at the level
Genshin,
80
Tower of
gear shop,
Fantasy.
there's another 20 Ludo pouch right here. However, once you do get to the higher level content, you are able to, in the weekly limit,
But it's the same vibe. It's
convert your
fucking it's
low-level
anime,
reach for
mobile
songs into
game.
the
Like
higher tier 1 as well. So definitely
you know what to
keep those
expect.
low-level reach for songs and convert them into the maximum amount if possible for every week to help your gear progression. Right? Next to Harvey, we have Grazi, which is another weekly shop we want to do.
I wish I was fucking
This
paid.
here is the modular expert, and at the modular experts, you're able to exchange for the module songs. You can exchange up to 100 of these perfect components per week, and then using those components, you're able to buy the excellent version of the module. So definitely do that per week. You are able to get these module components by dismantling your not used module. So if you ever get modules that are not very good, like these junk, you can just dismantle them, and then you can use them to exchange for the perfect component. We have the weekly dungeon array, which will unlock eventually in the game for global region, and you're able to do each of these once.
Easy,
So you
hard,
have the free
nightmare.
easy dragon, the free hard dragon, and the free nightmare dragon, also known as your
20.
9 dragons. And then the final item here is neither weekly or a daily. It is actually the only bi-weekly content in the game, which is SDM, also known as Tower. You can find the tower entrance at the top of the town right here. And this here is a bi-weekly reset. You can see it actually just reset today. So I have 14
Genshin
days to
Impact
do it.
with extra
And you
steps.
basically
Genshin
climb
Impact
the
without an
tower
annoying
as high as
voice.
you can with the party, going up to level 60 for now. And you're able to get a bunch of reward, including legendary material selection chests, which is very good, and it's the main primary source of getting legendary material.
I want to see what
for-
Genshin looks like these days. It's like 4 years ago. Yeah, Genshin, TOF, UA, They are like the same vibe. I would say Bro Protocol is like way more MMO. It's close to MMO. It does just gacha pulling characters in solo open world. Genshin looks way better. I like Blue Protocol better.
Let's talk about.
They all look same. Like it's the
item.
same, like anime art style.
But it's just really situational.
12 minutes. Everwind? What's Everwind? Is this a Lego game? What? It's a Minecraft. Yeah, no thanks. That was random. I thought you like suggest me some like anime game. I'm gonna play Frost Mage. Frost Beam.
We're going to be doing a complete walkthrough and explanation of a raid. Here you can see that the main tank is keeping the boss facing the opposite direction to direct most of the attack away from the firing squad, who are currently standing behind at the backside of the boss. Both party will look for at least a healer and potentially even a soul musician, which is the second support available in the game. So those are free mandatory position before you can start filling the rest of the team with DPS.
20 man raid.
You can bring 20 people, but you don't have to start with 20 people. You can enter the boss raid with just 10 people. However, if you do enter with 20 people all within the same guild, you get a special guild buff bonus that allow you to get more special effect. With that being said, let's go over the main mechanics of this raid in a very simple.
I like how you can zoom out far. The graphic looks clean.
What the raid really look like.
It's not very close
the
to.
The main mechanics for this dungeon raid is stacks. You will the party member so that they're not dropping the icicle onto the rest of the team. And you can see there's some very strong wind coming, and now it stopped, so we can right. It's a limited amount this time, so it's very essential that your team members are slowly hitting the barrels and are not popping them all at once. Once again, your shot callers, your team leader should be calling which barrel to hit and where to go, right? And then coming into a small soak mechanics, you have to stack all together to spread out these parties, and then it dropped the ice, so make sure you drop the ice onto the corner of the field. Here we actually did the mechanics wrong. Unfortunately, we dropped the ice all in the center, so people end up dying really fast, but we're able to get through the boss very quickly.
That's anyway, class.
So we're able to get through the boss very quickly.
The air combo. I wanted to play that.
Unfortunately, we dropped the ice all in the center, so people end up dying really fast, but we're able to get through the boss very quickly anyway. So that's the very first boss fight, or very first raid available in Blue Protocol Star Res.
Okay, we just wait now. I wonder what the peak number's gonna be. Will it be higher than Throne? Day 1? Well, I guess if we combine mobile and everything, it would be higher. But Steam alone? Because I don't think there's been like too much hype compared to Throne. Sometimes you need to restart Steam to get it to load. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm gonna like... I was ready to do that, restart Steam. Oh! It's getting ready. It's getting ready. Auto unpack. Play? Maybe the server's not up. The login server's not up. Or we can just play. Imagine the server ships are actually open. Me, I'm going Frost Mage. I'm going Frost Beam. There's like 2 types, like Icicle and Beam. I'm going Beam. What? Hey, what? Which account do I need? It's too loud. Hang on one sec. Okay, server's not open yet. 2 minutes. Can I go settings? Max play on screen. 150. Hi. Motion blur off. Oh, there's no full screen window. What doesn't matter. Can I stay in this screen? I think I can. Oh, it's up. Let's go. Wait, speedrun. Wait, I don't select server or anything? Skip. Max. Wait, which server am I in? The fuck? I got 300 ping, bro. This is fucking Europe. It's just a... There's only one server. Wait. Huh? Is it one mega server and it just makes you with a similar ping or something? But where's the server located? Like, this doesn't make sense. The fuck? Oh, 300 is fucking in EU. We'll sort out that later. Bye bye. Yo, that back roll was fucking clean. How did I do that?
本当に問題はないんでしょうな。
数日前依頼でゴブリンに取られた何か思い出せ。
Oh.
じゃあこれからはその名前で呼ぶわ。新たな生活の始まる予感がするわ。
Wait, movements is fluid.
ここは
Is it just NA? Oh, you can press escape? Activate. There's no way there's one server. The game's dead already. Talk to...
さあ
No, escape? Oh wait, it works, okay. There are multiple channels. Oh, okay. Is there... What about the server though? What? I'm confused. It's just any server? Esther Leads. Isn't that the server name? Is this any east or west? I think it's east. Based on my ping. It's 300, spiking to 400. Game looks clean though. Ulti. Yo. That was good. Oh. Choose your Pokemon. Save. MS? Shit. Let's see the combat ping.
ここがアステリアヘッ
I remember this place. Oh my god, the damage registers 3 seconds after. Hang on. I think I need to pick the right server. NA East. And I think I gotta restart the game. There should be a queue, right? Wait. No, I think I gotta leave the game. Actually, like, don't work? It looks like a new world angle for me then. Yeah, it's not working. It's not picking up the right server, I think, because there's like so many lists. When do I pick my name? Just after you leave your house. It's like very first thing after you make character. But this server thing makes no sense though. Only NA can play, basically. There's no PvP. It's an MMORPG with gacha. I don't think it's like full on like Genshin. It's like COA level. That is such a slow projectile. Haste. Game looks good though. Break. Right. Wind tunnel. Wait one sec. It drops. This drops. Alright, let's continue. Is this game going to be pay to win? Yes. No PvP. Important plot cannot skip. Imagine crafting. Someone elite void ogre. Oh, it's like a summon. Save. What? I saved. Oh, you have to save for each one. Your Steam is re-downloading the game. Don't worry, there's not gonna be like queues. You're level 10 already. What's the max level for day 1? Oh, that's a long cast. Bro, romantic leaf. Got the best skin. Holy, the arrow days. It's a partial gacha game. Does the story suck? I don't know, I'm skipping through everything. I mean, all the MMO stories same shit. You're the chosen one and you gotta save the world. Hey Joey. Jump on BP. Thanks for the raid, man. Hire a business? Oh man, alright. Chest. Parkour. Jumping feels good. Moving feels good. And I'm stuck. Oh, I'm out. Yo! Dude swiped the mount already. My drop command is for a different game, but yeah, there is drops. 5 hours watch time. Are you going to play New World Season 10? Maybe. How do you get 245 ping? I get 350. Yo, that's my mount. Oh, mount control looks... It's weird, it's heavy. Ugh. Try disconnecting your VPN. Wait, do you even need a VPN to connect anyway? Yo. No, I'm not having too much of issues now, so I'm just gonna keep playing. Actually, I first played without the exit lag and it was still same ping. Capybara. It's just, I don't think it's capybara. It was like a baby bull. Like, I feel bad writing that. That is a long count. Are you finished main quest already? That's it for day 1? Oh shit. Yeah, the story is time gated. I think you need about a week to hit max level.
議会は方針を決めたの？
そうだな。だがまだ説得を続けている。絶対に悪いようにはしない。結局議員たちを説得することはできなかった。すまない、ティナ。
いいよ、分かってる。
Or why they add a scary game in it? Horror game. Yeah, my ping is still 350. But it's fine, it's not that bad. Completely wasted my ult. Holy shit, he fucking destroyed everything, will be just like fine.
彼女は気づかない。誰か生きてますか？返事してください。全部私のせい。私が遅れたせいで。お願いです。返事してください。誰か。巨食エングラムの力が彼女が崩壊しているのが。
Someone. Wait. Oh! I thought it was like strong one.
私のせいなの。
It's warm in the cold, yeah.
違う、そうじゃない。いいえ、こんなの現実じゃない。私たち、私のせいなんかじゃない。お願い。もうしっかりして。誰も私たち、お願い。もうやめて。過去に溺れてはダメ。未来に。守られる必要なんか。私に今の私、心配しないで。消えてはいない。こうするしか。
Oh, wait, double dash is like instant. Use your defense skill. What's my defense skill? What the fuck?
何も私は縛れない。虚飾エングラムを。
Easy. Phase 2? Oh, the mount control is so bad. Why they make it like this? Surfboard. Wait, what? At least, as if you don't let us go into the water. Do you by any chance know how to play from Asia? I'm using SLA, but it still says failed to load sublists. Don't know, man. What? Wings. Oh, it's an earring. Can't even see it. Got a headset. Am I possessed?
薄汚れた造物ども、虚偽の神をあがめし人間よ。ヘルが諦めよ、貴様。
Okay, story's finished. Anything else I can do? Got some side quest. Looks like you lose 90% of the game if you see cutscenes. Wait, why am I so big? Can you only like choose one or something? Gemology. Gems. It seems like you can unlock. Wait. Okay. Monthly card, $5? Cheap. It's just like storage quality of life. $90% off. Yikes. Can I change my body type? This is it? It's kinda danger. It's very danger. Such a dangerous game, man. I'll be right back. I fucking just randomly chose this. Wait, why am I pings back into 500 now? Oh, there's the body proportion. Max boob slider. Is this it? And what about on different presets? I think we get a free appearance change, so let's just make a proper one. Wait, front, back, crown. Damn. Combination of 3 hairstyles. They're all bad. Now this is Steam server, which is like NA, just one NA, everyone's in NA. What the fuck? I thought I was... You can be taller? I got scammed. Oh my god, what the fuck? It's just a tall kid. I don't have that preset, like... Like this. Where's my appearance? Is it remake angle? There's not even 10 thighs. What the fuck? Got scanned. My thigh is 10. What did I do wrong? Huh? There's gotta be a like different section that I'm missing out on. The hell? I gotta be like these guys. Wendy. Inazuma. I don't have those faces. Do I have to completely remake? This is weird as fuck, man. It's a trap. Is it the class? Wait, I think it's a class, yes. They all have sword. Anyone with the staff? Oh, it's a class. It's not? Wait, oh, these. Bro, why can't I change this in appearance change? It's a scam. Nah, man, that's a scam. I gotta fully remake. Right, new wife. Wow, that is so yellow. Make Unohana. She actually looks like Unohana. I changed the hairstyle. They don't really have like long hair. This is like the longest one. This hairstyle sucks. Ugh. Just go with one color. Why is it like so like bright? What is that? I turned the highlight off. Wait. Why does it have two colors? Oh wait, color for the front and the back? Or it's the same? Or there isn't anything that's close to Karina. But what are these? Did I bug? I turned everything off. The color looks so bad. We start again. Can I move the mole? Fuck, vampire. Marking. Perfect. The face needs to be like sharper though. Is it? Bro, I just want like full black. I think that's better though. Should I just pick a different class? Difficulty 5-star. Nah, let's go mage. Bye bye. That's better.
数日何か
Of course it's taken. Oh!
じゃあこれからはその
Is the name not unique? Just got a Karina, bro.
新たな生活の始まる予感がするわ
There's no way. No Karina enjoyers. I had high hopes for this game, but the gameplay feels just so bad. Bro, you barely even get to play. Feels fine to me though. Speed run this. Bro, it was bullshit how you couldn't change body type. You think she knows it using her name and face in game? Of course.
ちょっと
Wait, I wanna make it to show my name. Name. Title. Let's go. And now we can browse the shop. W game. Not even a summer, straight up with a summer suit. Fluffy white. Wait. I'm kinda keen on this. Damn. Jiggle physics 0. Bro, this is like 60. They're pretty much forcing everyone to buy this. Snowman thick. Half the skins are naked. That's how you make money, bro. That's how you make money. And being tall actually feels slow. Ningen. I swear they also purposely made the NPC wear that skin so that people can buy. It's good strat. Yeah, you can pay to win this game. It's a pay to win game. Am I lagging? Romantic leaf. Huh? Yo, sick mount. Oh. Fucking sticky key. Oh yeah. Oh, you can't infinite dash. I thought you could in town. Let's watch some cutscenes. Oh wait, the mount scales is bigger now.
こは任せる。ティナ、どうすれば君を助けられる。
The combat? It's okay. I wish you could at least move while auto-attacking.
そうだな。だがまだ説得を続けている。絶対に悪いようにはしない。結局議員たちを説得することはできなかった。すまない、ディナ。いいよ、分かってる。
Some classes you can. I can't on mage. I'm not using VPN.
女は気づかない。誰か生きてますか？返事してください。全部私のせい。私が遅れたせいで。お願いです。返事してください。誰か。巨食エングラムの力が彼女が崩壊しているのが感じられ。ああなったのは私のせいなの。 違う、そうじゃない。いいえ、こんなの現実じゃない。私たち、私のせいなんかじゃない。お願い、もうしっかりして。誰も私、お願い、もうやめて。過去に溺れてはダメ。未来に
They did even the English voiceovers. Yeah, I know.
危険な存在だ。叩き潰すお前たちをすべて。私に今の私、心配しないで。消えてはいない。こうするしか。
새로 나와서 한번 해보는 거예요. 오, 렉.
早く来て。すごい綺麗ね。
What's wrong with my character?
"私がお前に敬意をしよう。その定めを引き裂く刃を。
Funny looking? How's it funny? What kind of game is this? MMO gacha game. My first one. What first one?
どうやってここに？あ、この気配は。
薄汚れた造物ども、虚偽の神をあがめし人間よ。
ヘルが。
諦めよ。貴様らの罪、ここでみそぎ落としてやろう。
Is it fun? Well, I just started, and yeah, I'll continue playing it. Oh, you can learn everything. Oh. Pre-registration reward. Guitar Hero class. It's like a healer class, isn't it? Trial path to level 3. Solo challenge. Victory, easy. Oh. Or why do they have try again as the first option? There's no PvP. What the? So much HP. Bro, it's a swipe angle. Bro, where's the claim all button? Okay, just need gold to upgrade. Try again. Ability score 1870. What's my score? 1256. No chance. Advanced book. Yo. Can I sell this? I should. Oh, there's so many quests. Oh, what the? Just TP'd me. Wait. Auto tribal. Just wonder if you're checking out New World Season 10. Maybe. I think I will. It's most likely because XLAG doesn't work on Blue Protocol, like it doesn't connect. You probably need a different VPN. Like just to log in. Just dropped. What is this? A real MMO version of Genshin? Kind of. The fuck, this level 1 is like tough as. Wait, isn't this meant to be like a rare or something? How's Christopher Allen? Yeah, no PvP. I hate this camera locking and changing. Yeah, actually, like doesn't work on Blue Protocol. They don't have the proper routing yet. This shit better drop some rare stuff, man. Because I remember in the video, this was like a magical creature appears every 2 hours at a random location. It's meant to be fucking rare. The Nepo is for achievement. Does it not give any like goodies? How can I change the camera so that it doesn't keep like snapping to the target? This is so annoying. Just target lock. Summoning. Season Hub Trophy Magical Creature. You need to kill 32 of those Nepo to get Golden Trophy. 32. Can cheese those by hopping channels. Wait, can you tag and hop channel and still get credit? I leveled up. Enjoying it. I feel like the Frosogo on line 10 is gonna die before the game. Where's the Frosogo? Is it part of the monster hunt or quest? This one? Oh, it's close. Shrek. Line 10. How do you hop channels? P? Oh. Yo, let's go. War boss. Exka. These are like the best moments of MMO, man. Day 1, everyone killing the first boss, war boss. Oh shit. Wait, is this a pot? Oh. Is there gonna be a contribution for this? I just open. I heard this was the best for DPS. It could be like high level. All right, back to the thing. Oh, every line crowded. Where do you find world bosses spawning? You can track it from the Monster Hunt page. There's no way they killed it. What's here? Am I on the wrong line? Where is it? Oh, you can open 6 keys at once? That's handy. Oh, he's here. Oh, hopping channels, okay. Will you be playing New World? Maybe. Damn, lag. Dead. Season point 7. Wow, that's it. Lols. Eliminate Goblin Warrior. Let's go. Can't see HP. Talent points. Float. What did you think of the game so far? Seems very early, but seems solid. Like, you can feel the MMO vibe. Clean graphics. How do you float? I just learned float. Wow. Oh, cute. No, this is glide. Is that meant to be a float? Yeah, it's only PvE. Yeah, I wonder as well, is there a return button? There's gotta be a return button. Something here. fishing. Free XP. Just it's a bit hard to track quest. Unstable goblin lair. Match. Confirm. I'm waiting for 7 years for this game. You waited 7 years for this game? Oh man, I hate this camera thing. It keeps snapping whoever I'm auto-attacking. Use element shield to bounce lightning orbs each other. Oh, shield. Doesn't matter. Burn the boss. A level 40 epic boots. Thumbs up. Triple jump? How do they party? Oh, new skill. Yo. Ice energy. That sounds better. Personal space. What was the equipment window? Guild? There's only 4 emblems? Guild charter. How to obtain. What? Making guild is pay to win? As if they don't give you like the free one at the start. Hidden quest? I meant to do something. Oh! Hey, you can swim! You can't parkour? What the fuck? But who made this? They built a dog on top of the... Bro, this is by... This is intended. Bro, who approved this design, bro? What the fuck? How do I get up? Oh. Pretty sure Ruby Red is DPS related. Ruby Pro. Oh my god. Oh, I need to hit that ability score. How do I see my stats? Oh. Wait, hey. $18.20. No, I speak deeps now. Oh, I meant to take this. Oh wait. Oh shit. Oh, I can jump out. Fishing time? What the? Oh, that's it? Class, I'm Frost Mage. Huh? The fuck is this? Radio or no triple jump? I just had it. It was in adventure level. No. Oh yeah, here. Just click this and activate. Is it similar to Genshin? No, it's more of an MMO. Yeah, the ping is acting weird. What is your hands down favorite MMO? It's gotta be the one that I'm like currently playing. I don't really have a favorite. Like if you stop playing, like it's done. Why people hate game that is out for 1 hour? There's just so many haters out there. Because people who just enjoy the game or like the game, they just play it. But if you hate the game, they post stuff about it. It's mostly cause it's fucking gacha. It's got gacha in the game. It triggers the free-to-play enjoyers. Looks like Genshin mixed with Christopher Allen. Kind of, but Christopher Allen doesn't have an open world. This is an actual MMO. Like it's got open world, it's got dungeons. And also the combat is different. It's not like action like Crystal. It's more like tap target, semi-action. It's an anime MMO. People are too entitled expecting it to be perfect for them. Yeah, I know. That is so true. And they don't like one thing about the game, they'll be like DOA. The game is DOA. This is the reason why they don't play. They make up all these reasons. And they expect everyone to think the same. Oh, I gotta get off the mount. Huh? Oh, I gotta use floats. That's pretty fast. Phantom Dash. How do you phantom? Oh, E. Okay. Yo. Secret chest. Gacha is tough, but it depends on how it's implemented. I work 60 hours a week, don't have a lot of time to play or the money to spend on the game. So as long as it doesn't prevent me from playing like when Lost Ark was gatekeeping. Yeah, exactly. If the game is made for me, I'm not going to negative review unless I genuinely think it's not good. I think saying things you don't like about the game is okay. I mean, that's like reasonable. But then you doom on it too much. When people doom on it too much, like, this is the reason why the game failed. Anyway. Yeah, I don't bother either. Just, I don't play it. It's bad. And those negative Reddit posts are the funniest thing. Like, they think they speak for the whole Western audience. When they post stuff like, oh, this game will be DOA. And people saying that for Iron 2 is fucking crazy. Iron 2 VIP passes DOA. And nothing isn't even confirmed for global. How can I get 1875? Do I have to kill a boss or something? Enhance? Wait. Stop. Oh, we're telling to press 0, not O. Find keywords in the clue. What is the point of this? It's a spam click. What was that? Oh, gotta make a drink. Wait, what? Yellow, red. Blending. That glove. Wait, what was the drink? Ping? Yeah, ping is just all over the place. I can skip it. Doesn't like it. It's a bar simulator game. Yikes. Been exposed. Leave no witness. Kill them all. New class. So this is a mobile game, right? Or you can play on mobile, yes. I was hyped as fuck for this game since 2019, but all the hype gone last year. More to play right now. Bro, you realized the first launch was a disaster and it was a failure? Your hype should have died then. Yes, MMO gacha game. But it actually plays like an MMO. Unlike Genshin or like TOF. Ping is fucking crazy. Open world. You can see my ping bottom left. I'm actually playing it like 250 to 300 ping. The server's in NA East, I believe, and there's only one server, NA East. Like, the good thing is that you can play with anyone, like, all over the world. Bad thing is, if you're not from NA, you're gonna have high ping. And I think the server is not that stable at the moment. But for now, it doesn't really bother me, like, questing stuff. New world, so nothing to worry about. Man, I was actually gonna focus more on Blue Protocol. But yeah, I think I'm gonna lean towards New World now. how active the drops is just active just by watching the stream. When you try to claim it, you probably have to, it'll ask you to link your account. They don't have either NA servers, low, nice global release. Well, it's actually a global release, they didn't lie. Everyone can play in one server globally. Neo making a comeback. Well, the new season 10 coming out next Monday. And I think it's like an expansion. Yeah, it's pretty big expansion, I think. And you don't need to buy the expansion. It's not a DLC. Like if you had the game, you can just play again. But we don't know how long the hype will last. Yeah, this is the NA server. They only have NA server. I remember my main story quest was bugged for 3 weeks, couldn't progress. Oh my god, I remember that. I remember that. Luckily I wasn't part of the bug. I wasn't involved in the bug. But that shit was crazy. Yeah, it's probably hard to pick it up again as a new player. Those who played long enough might be interested to come back. Oh, chest. New World was a great idea, but the bugs and the PvP issue made me drop in the first 2 months. Yep. Just like the 90% of the population. It was mainly the bugs. If this game don't hit, it's Return of the Cake PR. You just gotta hold on until Iron 2. What even is this menu? Go to as the leads and like there's nothing there. Is there a PvP? No, there's no PvP. There's no exit lag for this game. Well, there is, but they haven't really set up the right like routing stuff. You can click bottom left to swap the map. Oh. Oh, and then you just click. Okay. This game is seriously bad. After so much work on it, remastering half of the game is still so bad. World is so small, dungeons and combat are barely so practically nothing to do there. Seems like there's enough to do. Oh my god. Like for your Iron 2 is the last MMO hope, even if it's a Korean hungry pay to win. Bro, it's not hungry pay to win. Wow. Just watch how they fuck up Iron 2. I'm gonna just keep it at Euro Iron. How are they gonna fuck up with what? What do you rate the game? I don't know, man. Like, I need to get to the end game, but right now it's about good enough to keep me playing. But I don't know, this leveling time gating is not what I like. It's a Korean MMO, they have to fuck it up. They made the most crazy MMO ideas, but the pay to win is too much. Is time gate leveling? Never in my days have I heard of a feature like that. Well, it's the meta in Chinese MMO. This is the Chinese devs, publisher, they bought the IP, the Blue Protocol, and they remade the game, right? And this is what they do in like Chinese mobile games. They time gate like first week, like first few days. So you see the timer here on the left. My next main story starts in 15 hours. And I have to complete all the main quests to be max level, and it's gonna take me about a week. They do it with Christopher Allen and those like Chinese mobile games. It's like meta in China or something. Any PvPs in this game? Nah. Huh? Did you not see what they did to Ion? Yeah, but that's like years and years later. Am I done? This. What are your thoughts about New World right now? I don't know. No thoughts. Haven't looked into it. I think I found how to grind in Blue Protocol. You hunt the elite mobs and swap channels to finish the daily chest rewards. Yeah, someone told me about that in chat. But it's not really like a grind though. It's like dailies. The guy told me just stack 6 keys and then just kill the boss 6 times, channel hopping. I think that's the most efficient. Yeah, this is Blue Protocol. Apparently you can just get straight gear just from killing the boss without opening chest. Oh. Okay. But I think all the stuff we grind right now is gonna get replaced by tomorrow's main quest. Level 80 gear? Wait, that sounds decent. And we can just TP out in combat. Insta TP. 40, you get it from like a dungeon. Just stops in the mid. Feels weird having loading screen, man. Hello Billy, thanks. Steam reviews are wildly bad for this. $87. Okay, it didn't pick that much. Why do people make MMOs where the start is just talk to NPC 500 times? Just get me to combat. I'm not going to care about a single NPC dialogue option until I get some damn combat. Bro, I need some patience. Jesus. Oh yeah. This is reasonable. Non-NA players gonna just all downvote. Yeah, one server for entire world. Honestly, like, I think the idea is good. I mean, I think it's not intended. There was some like paperwork to be done for the servers maybe, but this open world doesn't seem like it's like ping dependent. Being able to play with anyone seems kind of cool. As long as you do matchmaking, that matchmakes you with people with similar ping. Actually, no, doesn't matter. They will have a high ping anyway. Like, sucks. And they should at least have like dedicated server for matchmaking. That's what I was getting at. No PvP will make most of the people quit after a few days. That is not true. PvP players are less than 10% of MMO population. I think I'm done with the quest. Wait for tomorrow. People upset about auto combat. How about just don't use the function? Isn't it like auto rotation? Can you just AFK farm as well? Press H. What the? TPB. Huh? Why did it stop? Oh. 아니요, 싱글 게임 아니고 MMO인데요. 오늘 나와가지고. GG. But does grinding open world benefit you? Do you like the game? Be honest. Yeah. I mean, so far, yes. It's not the game that I'll be sticking to, though. But this auto thing just got me turned off so hard. Maybe for the monster hunting. I mean, you get XP, season points, mats. It's not a game based on grinding open world mobs. I mean, it should still benefit you in some way. It's a new world angle for me. I wanted to at least like just push the end game and just play like few raids and be done with the game. But I can't even do that until like next week. So No, I really like the combat, the graphic, and everything. Just trying to think why they have this auto. Yeah, it's not meant to be an open world grind game. Probably for the mobile users. It's most likely gonna be be for the mobile users, but if it has no benefits to the content, I thought it was just like auto rotation. We can just AFK farm. There will be no fun in raiding too. You just auto. It's about doing the right rotation and pumping your damage and be on top of the DPS meter. We just press, just auto. GG. I've spent the last 4 hours trying to get the game to stop crashing on 4070 already. I think that's your end. Maybe not enough RAM. CPU. Imagine on mobile if it's crashing on 4070. But yeah, the netcode is also so shit. Like, look at the ping. Like, it's showing fucking 999. Damn, they could have done better.
うな。ふん、任せて。任せて。いよいよいよいよいよ。そんな。よいしょっと。迷っちゃう。じゃん。
Damn shuffle.
よし、ゆっくりしましょう。よっと、よっと。やりました。やりま、できました。ちょっとごめんな。落ち着いてください。よろしく。うん、それです任せて。いよいよいよ。
Can you only make one character? No, you can make 3. Level 39 area sheet. Oh, it shows the boss level. mean, no one's on this boss. Whoa, why these are full? They're actually full, you can't enter. GG. This game is dog water. Mega server is bad idea. It's okay, guys. We have New World. Imagine game so bad that you choose New World. This game has killed my long-term insomnia by being so insufferably boring. Damn. I actually didn't know the game was gacha until today and auto combat. Pretty disappointed. Nothing says global release like only having any servers. Mostly negative. GG. It's done. It's done. GG. Like 4 hours into launch, mostly negative. Game over. Fuck. Mostly positive? How? Recent reviews. Oh. Mixed. You still think the game is good now with all the gold duping? Good game. Damn. All the newer reviews have a couple hundred to 1,000 hours played. $5.2K hours played. It's like watching a good friend smoke a crack and makes every bad decision in their life and dying slowly. At least these are more credible. Wow, they're all 1,000 out. This guy fucking 7k. Oh, New World is something, man. It's fucking something. Season 10 is good, New World is good now. How do you know? I might watch the new dev video. I haven't watched it. For 2 months. Hey, being good for 2 months is actually decent. But I can't be fucked progging again on New World, seriously. Will I be able to just do OPR for like a month? Oh, it's a trailer. Let me watch the trailer first.
Come, wanderer. The gods foretold of your arrival. They show a dark force that guides your path. Ah, I see you thought fortune was on your side. But even the most coveted gifts can become a curse.
This update actually fits perfectly for Halloween, October season.
All is darkness.
Interesting. Was it on the water? Or was it just flying?
You may try to defeat the darkness, but you cannot escape the night.
Not bad. I think they've shown quite decent amount of bosses. It's an hour long?
Come, wanderer.
So we're going to start off talking about the new zone, Night Haven. I'm here with David, Jordan, Nathan, Nix, and Richard. And we're going to dive into the zone, its aesthetics, its inspiration. I'm going to start with you, David. So the last big zone you worked on this directly was Brimstone, right?
Yeah. Brimstone, where, if you remember, was lots of sweeping horizontal vistas, blasting sun dunes, very barren. This zone, Night Haven, is quite the opposite, almost the antithesis.
Yes, it is.
There are large, sweeping pine tree forests with castles popping out like the teeth of a beast or something.
Yes.
It's a very verticality-focused zone. And it's also our love letter to classic and modern horror, where if you remember, Nightville Hollow was a very campy 80s aesthetic, Nighthaven is much more elegant, much more refined. It's a celebration of the ugly, the dark.
You always use the word macabre.
Yes,
Macabre.
absolutely.
I like that one.
This is a zone where we say spiders are cool and the moon is awesome.
Yeah.
And exactly.
Shout out to the moon.
Yeah. And there's so many secrets in Nighthaven that we can't talk about all of them today, but we would love to.
We'll try to scratch the
That's what's
surface.
hard is like filming this. Like, I don't know what we could say, what we can't. You know.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna say some stuff to riff off that. Like, I think to break it down to what, like, from a player perspective, it is, you're gonna get things that you don't get in other zones in New World, right? You're gonna get, we have underground dungeons that we call catacombs. We have these big towering castles that are multi-layered that you get to explore throughout, and there's hidden rooms and stuff like that, and all sorts of like different gimmicks and things within them. We have you mentioned spiders. We have these spider caves that are scary, honestly, especially if you have arachnophobia.
They literally make our coworkers' skin crawl.
A bit.
Yeah.
They look so good.
And then we have like all sorts of other like caves that fit different creatures that we've created for this specific zone, and more. So it's exciting, and it's brand new, and it's fresh content.
So the visuals are so striking, but like, you know, Jordan,
I've been streaming 8
Richard,
hours.
why don't you start telling us about how you developed it?
Yeah, I mean, I like to think about like what you said about the diversity of the POIs in Nighthaven. Like, we have these sweeping Gothic vistas, pine forests, spider caves.
I think for like a lot of that type of visuals, it could be easy to like rely on like, just like fog and you know, making everything blue and whatnot. But we really tried to like utilize different types of like creepy aesthetics throughout the zone. So
yeah, there's a bunch of creepy things, spider webs and all that, and there's also apples.
Apples.
Yes.
Where are the apples at?
There is a segment of the zone that is an homage to Eastern Europe, and you'll see apple orchards, pumpkin fields, beautiful villages.
Yeah.
Even our graveyards look like nothing else we've ever done.
It would be in the first village you visit, you know.
Yeah.
Shout out to the apples.
Yeah.
I would say, like, you know, during the concept process, like, you know, generally it could be linear, but we took a very active approach with all the different teams. We were constantly going back and forth with our world building teams, our environment artists with design, really thinking like, how does gameplay like drive like this process of the POIs, and use that as a guiding force.
Okay, hold up. You guys been talking about all those stuff above the ground.
We got it.
Right? There's this great zone above the terrain where, you know, everywhere you go, you see beautiful vistas, you see liminal spaces, uncanny vibes.
Apples.
But yeah, there's apples. But there's a bunch of things happening underneath the ground as well in what we called the underworld. So the underworld is a completely different experience from your usual New World POIs. The moment you step in, it will feel like a very conscious, almost Souls-like journey. And you know, from moment to moment, you'll see a path ahead, but the door couldn't be open from your side. You might discover a hidden path that ultimately leads you to a high ground, which you saw, but couldn't get to before. And not to mention there's a bunch of collectibles, so you kind of have to visit every part, every hidden places in the underworld. Yeah, and not to mention there's also very unique, distinct areas you've never seen before in New World, such as a very heavy dark fog that just have these shadow enemies. You cannot see their health bar, no names. You can barely see them attacking you.
We call them nightmares, right?
Yeah. So, and the other part of the underworld is filled with water. You kind of have to swim underneath the water and start exploring, dodge the lasers,
you was actually a swim.
go through the water maze.
As you do.
Yeah.
There's a lot of invisible secrets as well, but we'll get into that later.
Yes, we will.
Yeah, I think it's important to note this is the biggest zone we've done, right? So we had to fill that space. Most of it, I mean, there's all sorts of things, quests that take you all over the place to collect different things. And all sorts of different POIs that aren't strictly MSQ, different quest lines and things like that.
Yeah, technically it's bigger than Brimstone and more POIs than Brimstone. Yeah. More lore notes than any zone we've ever done.
Verticality.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, verticality! I got. Yeah. We gotta talk about the jump pads.
Yeah. The OPR team, when they make Capture the Flag, they made these awesome jump pads, which became a pretty important way to traverse the open world.
Which we intend to go into a little bit more detail later on, and maybe we should go ahead and get started doing that. So thanks again for this great discussion, and can't wait for you guys to play Nighthaven. Okay, with that, we're going to move on and talk about one of the things that makes the zone really unique and special, and that's gimmicks. So with me again are David, Nathan, and Nix, and now we also have Austin in the mix. And so let's get started. So gimmicks. What is a gimmick?
So gimmick is our in-house word for interactable. It's the things that players touch or play with.
Yes.
It's how you interact with the world.
And it all started with verticality for the zone, right?
Yeah. Nighthaven, much like I said earlier, is the opposite of Brimstone. So in Nighthaven, it's all about looking up. The most important lesson in Nighthaven is look up, and that's something really hard to teach. So
it's hard to make players look up. So to solve that, you drop an axe on their head.
Exactly. We enforced every mechanic, every gimmick, every interactable to reinforce that theme of looking up.
Yes.
And it really all started with falling chandeliers, right, Austin?
Yeah. So one of the things that when we were deciding to do gimmicks for the zone, we had always had gimmicks with New World, except before Nighthaven, gimmicks were more of a barrier or a way to pace out a POI, and they didn't feel good. They didn't feel great. They were more of a way of making a POI more memorable, even if the gameplay wasn't all up to snuff. One of the most recent examples I have is like having a cannon blow up a cave type thing.
Yes.
And while it's cool and bombastic, it didn't really serve much of a gameplay purpose besides burying the player, right? So for Nighthaven, we really wanted to make our gimmicks shine through gameplay, have interconnectivity with all sorts of different gimmicks, and it did start with the Falling Chandelier. With the Falling Chandelier, you have the opportunity to actually shoot it and use it to your advantage in combat, because you can drop it on enemies' heads, or if you miss it and forget to look up, you can also have it drop on your head. And that's where it really started. Then it started to expand with all sorts of other gimmicks.
When was it that we discovered throwables as an alternative?
As an alternative, we probably discovered it
in Cutlass Keys.
Right? Yeah, Cutlass.
With the lightning fields.
Yeah, which
was you.
That was also me. So the lightning fields was kind of like the catalyst, being able to use throwables as a real means of, gameplay enriching type of mechanic.
What you all group has done with the zone, like, is things like this, like, hey, we've got throwables. What can we do with this now? Can we like remix it like 5 different ways?
Yeah.
And now we have a lot of new flammable gimmicks. So if you're an arachnophobe, I highly recommend grabbing a fire staff or
which are
socket
always
a ruby.
conveniently placed nearby. Which
Yes. Including the throwable torches.
Correct.
Just burn everything to the ground, right?
Yes.
Yeah, burn to the ground.
Yep.
Nuke it from the orbit.
We won't spoil everything about every gimmick in the zone, but just know that if you see webs, fire's probably a good idea to have around.
And rat nests too.
Thematically, that's not a spoiler, but like there's like one of the first bookcases you see is of course a secret door. You push it.
Speaking of doors, we solved the door problem by adding more doors. We've got bookcase doors, metal doors, wooden doors.
Trap doors.
Locked doors by magic, which
OPR
we'll get
doors.
into the Arcana Tarot.
Yes. Let's get into it.
Yeah,
What is that? What's Arcana?
So if you remember the ancient glyphs, we took that system and went even further with it by infusing it with the 22 major arcana plus a few Eternian twists and secrets, and you'll go around the zone collecting those. There are special tarot towers that are spread throughout the zone, which are locked by these cards. And the Fortune Mother Anru, who is one new character, will teach you all about that. But that's one of our other major elements of the zone.
They're also they're used in unique combinations to open the elite chests throughout the area.
Yeah. We took the glyph lock system from the beast glyphs, the ancient glyphs, and now you'll find these caches throughout the zone left by the Fortune Mother, which you can unlock with unique combinations of those cards. And we went even further with hiding those cards in the zone secretly. So
yes,
it's a really, really awesome long end tale of the collectible system in this zone.
Often involving using jump pads, which we talked about in the last segment. But
Yes,
Yeah.
jump pads are big.
Try to use jump pads and your own discovery instead of watching a 7-minute YouTube video to just figure out where all they all are, because I know you guys are all smart. You guys want to share every location, but you know there's certain fun and charm to go through those jump pads puzzles and explore everything yourself.
I'm so glad you said that, because I think out in the community we all kind of know, like, do yourself a favor, don't like try to rush to max level. Don't try to rush through it. Just enjoy the journey. None of us can help ourselves. We understand, but try. Just try not to Google the answer. Just or at least ask in global chat. Make it a thing. we talked about it briefly in the last segment, but another gimmick is the underwater stuff, right?
Yeah, so we talked about jumping high up and going through this high verticality towers and stuff, but how about diving down? How about you swim underneath the water and dodge through lasers, finding out where the shiny golden gatherables are, and come back up to go through a water jet, which boosts you back up to higher places. You also have these interesting water elevators that lifts you up to places you couldn't reach before. And all of those combined, it's not a ton of gameplay, it's not a ton of combat, but it's an interesting way to get through your objectives.
It's crazy that we, just a year of not having swimming, and now we're already going underwater.
Yeah.
This is our first
And there's
zone where we
underwater
really.
lasers. That's the coolest thing. Like I was telling you before, like my experience playing through the zone, it really feels like just an elaborate puzzle box. The whole thing, like it just feels
It's
like
a
a
great
giant
metaphor,
toy
yeah.
to play with as you travel through. So look forward to you experiencing it for yourself.
Let's talk about the characters of Night Haven. So with me, I have Paul, Kiana, and Mike, and we're gonna be discussing some of the process to get these characters to you, as well as some of the characters. So essentially, like, we're entering Night Haven. We don't wanna give too much away. I'm just gonna say that, as we want a lot of this to be an exciting surprise for players on when they enter Night Haven, that they get to be excited as they go through. But we do wanna give you an idea of the types of characters that you'll meet.
Right.
So, like, we're entering Night Haven, and there's already like conflict going on. That's what we're talking about with factions, right?
Yeah, it's already there.
It's already there.
It's already there. And we're talking about
Right.
both direct
Tensions
conflict
are high.
and political conflict.
Right.
And it's happening among the Upir. It's happening between the Upir and our, as we discussed earlier, sort of our version of the werewolves, which are the Burlar. We're coming at a time where that sort of like direct conflict is sort of heating up, and the players are being brought in to conflicts that are already happening.
Yeah,
And you
which
have
means
to
you can't.
navigate those.
Yeah, you can't trust everyone who seems to be your ally.
Oh, I
That's the
love
biggest
that.
thing to take away from it. But some of your other allies, because there's also another faction, the Grand Carnival, and there's a lot of kind of old magic that they possess and they're tapping into. There's an interesting element of tarot cards, which will
Right.
show up.
Yeah, and players have already been introduced to the tarot cards in a video that they will have watched hopefully earlier, before this came out.
Perfect.
But yeah, so they'll get to see some of that, and they don't get to see the gimmick in that video, but they do get to see some of that artwork, which was really really cool.
It's really good stuff.
Yeah, and so that's heavily tied to one of the main characters that the player is going to meet, which is the Fortune Mother and Namkuzu, who is the leader of the Grand Carnival. Both of those designs
Korean name.
were done by Thomas Ebula, and they contrast very heavily to our Upir characters, such as Alexi and Cecilia and Lynette. The color palettes are very distinct, so you can immediately tell like which group is part of which. The Grand Carnival is definitely more eclectic, definitely more ceremonial because of their kind of heavy roots with this older type of ancient magic.
And it goes back to what you were talking about earlier, where a lot of like the costumes that they're wearing are supposed to evoke a little bit about who they are,
Oh,
or a bit
absolutely.
about who they
Yes.
are, right? It's their personality is also rooted in their vestment, right? So I think that we've covered this pretty well, but I do want to know, who was your favorite character to work on and why?
Cecilia.
Cecilia. Very quickly
Cecilia.
with that one.
Cecilia.
Why? Why Cecilia?
I think Cecilia, for a few different reasons, is the most interesting character that we have. And I won't go too deep into it. I'm excited for players to meet her and talk to her.
Alexi, I love designing Alexi. He's a really interesting character, and he has an interesting relationship to Cecilia, so we designed them. Alex Fuhrer designed Cecilia, and he and I designed her and Alexi concurrently. So you can see similarities between their designs, and we designed them in a certain way that reflects kind of their dynamic and shows off some of the their backstory and their own personal histories.
Yeah, their bond, as it were.
Yeah.
Right, Mike?
Sadly, I cannot talk about my favorite character that I created.
It's a little bit of a
because
spoiler.
All of the characters that I created, we can't talk about because you need to play.
Our three favorite characters we worked on are very closely related to each other.
Yes, so they interact with each other a lot. They're part of the grand scheme that we're going through
Oh
here.
my
So
gosh.
I can't talk about it, but I will say that I do both enjoy the returning characters that are from previous parts of New World and how they engage, as well as Alexi. Love Alexi, love the archetype that we went with and how we twisted and bended a story, a human story that's as old as time, into this like overarching narrative. It's awesome. You did a great job. But yes, I'll leave it at Alexi for now until players get to play, and then maybe you can guess which one I created and what is my favorite.
That. Can there be like a little like sneaky, very high level hint?
It is.
They'll be like, this is the one that Mike was talking about.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it is a returning fan favorite.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Okay, well, on that note, thank you all for sitting down and talking about the characters of Nighthaven. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Paul, Kiana, and Mike.
I thought the only character in
All
New
right,
World was
well,
Isabella.
Let's talk about the
Isn't that the only character in New World?
creatures of Nighthaven. With me, I've got Chad, Krishna, Ryan, Guanchan, and Paul. So we have already talked about some of the characters that our players are going to find on their journey through this zone. Let's talk about the creatures. And Paul, we have you back with us from narrative. So is this another situation where narrative kind of defines the broad path forward for folks, or is this something where you're just kind of giving a little bit of information? Like, tell me how that process starts.
It's a framework. So we kind of come up with a basic idea. What is the fantasy that we're trying to deliver to players? Like, what do we want you to feel as you're going through the game? And you know, part of that is the world, part of that is the characters, part of that is the dialogue but a big part of that is gonna be, what are the creatures I'm interacting with? Like at the base end of the game, we're a combat game. Like that's a lot of what people go in to do. And so we wanna make sure that those creatures that are there that you're seeing, they tell that same story. They reinforce the framework that we are trying to build for the players. And so we'll come up with ideas. We'll ask for a lot of creatures, which Chad can attest to.
Yeah, so lore and narrative gave us a really fantastic foundation to build all this stuff off of.
Yeah, I think I'll play it on the actual launch day.
As character designers, we really love getting the images, even like rough sketches from the art team or lore notes or whatever, because those little like sparks just, they magnify out to things that we can do with combat and creatures and everything. So for this release, I just counted before this meeting, I think we have around
10k Q, you're dreaming, bro. It's not that big.
About 40 new creatures, which is pretty nutty. Pretty amazing. We got all that together for this one release. It's pretty great. And we've kind of broken that down into, 4 or 5 kind of family groups. So we've got Upir, we've got the Berlar, we've got our Inquisitors, what we're calling kind of ghastly horror creatures, and our wildlife ones. It's a really fun cast of characters. Everybody here kind of helped build them out. And to kind of kick things off, Guanchan, you want to talk about the Upir, kind of our take on vampires of sorts?
Yeah, sure, definitely. So Upir, talking about Upir, it is the vampire-themed creature type that the player will encounter while in the adventure in the Night Haven. And the one of the important thing we bring to this creature types is that we create a really strict tier on those creatures. The tier doesn't mean the difficulty tier. We already done that a lot in the past of our game, but it's more like something that can fit into our storyline and enhance the narrative immersive of the experience for the game. One of the
like the
good example is that we have like those thrall as the really low tier of that family, and also we have those like station noble Upir character as the high tier character in this family. And also it is our first time to bring a broad mechanic around those characters. One of the mechanics is consuming, which is the high tier Upir character. They will consume the low tier one to gain extra power. And it is also some creature to creature interaction that we really want to establish in the past. But right now, we now have a chance to show it as an open world creatures. So talking more about for the character design, for the Upir family, we will have like 10 unique characters design, and more than half of them will have new skeleton rigs, new animation sets, so they will bring a brand new experience for the combat.
Gives a lot of flavor to the different, like, various factions of Upir that exist around. Each of them sort of develop their own personality. You can see that even in the combat, which is really good stuff.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's our largest family because it ties really tightly into the narrative storyline all throughout. We had a lot of fun, kind of a what is it, almost like a late Renaissance kind of look to them. They're a really fun set of characters. They're good stuff. So, and then in addition to that, we've got the Berlar, kind of our werebeast kind of creature set, and Christian's going to talk us through some of those.
Yeah, so the Berlar is our version of how we wanted to present the werebeast family to Eternum. This is something Paul and I enjoyed talking about a lot. So with this family, we present 9 different variants, like specifically coming under the werewolves. Then we have the werebears and wereravens. So Paul and I often would talk about like how we want to represent them, and we thought that rather than more than just simply a wildlife representation, they're actually more sentient characters. So with the werewolves, you'd see them not just being simple biters, but they love swiping and attacking like how a human would love to do a swipe combo. And then we have the werebears, who are like a typical tanky character who would love to perform heavy attacks and try bashing
Auto
into
swipe
you.
is same animation.
And then, of course, wereravens. They're my favorite bird person characters because not only are they just attacking it, they can fly.
That's right. Our first kind of hover creature, right?
I know. Like, it's fun to see them up in the air. Like, unlike the Hersian corvids, we had these ones.
I was just going to ask you because it sounds, from someone who's hearing it for the first time, it sounds pretty similar to the Hersian, right? So we have the corvids, we have the big dudes. I forget what they're made. They're like rhinos almost, but then what are they made out of? Yeah. They're like crazy and barrel into you. When you're
all feel like
hive,
reskins,
sometimes they
man.
can take out an entire group. So
New World is good at doing that. Just
don't
doing
give too much
reskins.
away, but what's like one of the things that makes this were group different from the Hersian?
One part of it, well, lore-wise, is they represent the Angry Earth faction, and they're more primal, they represent more the wildlife aesthetic of Eternum, whereas the werebeasts are more sentient, like actual humans, because that's where they were originally from.
Isn't it the same animation as the
that. And so
the brute, the one in Opia? What is his name? The big dude. Isn't it the same shit?
So that's what makes them very different from the Hersians. So their attack
Meatball.
style, it's very sentient and very different that you'd want to think more like they're more a person than a
Right.
standard
The
beast.
Hercene are
Mhm.
like flora and fauna, right?
Mhm.
And then the werebeasts have a little humanity in them.
Mhm.
Interesting.
And that's one thing we talked about when coming up with ideas for variants. Like one of our variants is a very challenges all players by
It is right.
mostly
They
staying
look
up in
so
the air.
same. Like it's
One of
always the
wolves
reskins.
is very special in doing super combos. One of the bears always likes doing things like how a player would wield a warhammer and go into battle. And one idea Paul was very passionate about is coming up with a certain zone where it's just
All these
infected
big
or
characters have the
diseased. So
same swipe
based on that, we
animation,
even came up with
same raw
ideas
animation.
for a bunch of werebeasts that are just spread disease around to anybody who comes and touches them.
The rabid ones.
Mhm.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
that even the
Now I know
enemy-
who to blame if I go in there and it kills me. I'm going to blame Paul.
I'm okay with this. One of the things we wanted to show is that it's the creatures are dangerous, but there are things in the world that are dangerous to the creatures as well. And the rabid werewolves are sort of like an indication of that. Like what happened to them? How did they get in this state? And what additional challenges does a creature in that state actually present, not just the player, but to each other and to
Like
to
that
the whole
stance
of
as well. Like that's like same as zombie.
That's going to be really interesting to see those werebeasts out there because, we saw Typhon, right? And he was a werewolf dude. But this is like an entire family, which we haven't been introduced to, so that's great.
Yeah, good fun stuff.
Yeah.
And speaking of the next family, we've got the Inquisitors, right? You want to
yes.
talk us through those?
Yeah, so the Inquisitors are basically our newest arm of the corrupted family, much like how we've done like the Empress's faction in Ebonscale
nice
Reach
wings.
or the 19th Legion in Brimstone. This is basically our take on like a corrupted crusade of sorts. There are 6 main characters to it that kind of play up different aspects of that. There's the cleric, who kind of has like a fire staff, healer, conjurer kind of aesthetic. There's the flamekeeper, who's kind of a bare knuckle fighter, but he also has this like really oversized like sensor.
It's copy of the one of the lost enemies that does the same thing. Yeah.
Incense burner on his back that he uses to fight with, which is really awesome
that character.
aesthetically.
So much fun.
What a description, though.
Yeah, it's hard to describe. Like, you just have to see it. Otherwise, we have the Warden and Enforcer, which are kind of like our heavy swordsmen with and without a shield. And then we have the Markswoman, who's kind of akin to like our old like lost like crossbowmen, but a bit different and more themed to the Inquisitors. And then finally we have the Seraph, which is kind of this.
The dagger was leaked. Wasn't dagger leaked like
corrupted
4 years ago?
construct that can actually do ground-based attacks, air-based attacks, and is just kind of a really potent enemy to go up against.
Sounds horrible.
scary one.
I love it.
And not quite to the same degree as like the Upier, but the Inquisitors actually have kind of an interaction between each other as well, in that they can kind of rally each other with this effect we call Rampant Flame that basically unlocks like unique attacks for them when they're working together. So it allows us to kind of like make them team up in a way that we don't always see with like direct interactions between characters. So it makes them feel more like a cohesive like unit and army. So it's
Almost a snowball effect,
Yep.
but for fire.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that covers most of the Inquisitors.
Yeah, no, it's a great family. And then in addition, we've kind of got a bonus lost family, what I like to call our ghastly horrors. These are creatures which actually populate a lot of the raid, which we're going to talk about a little bit later. But this is a really fun lost family that's themed a lot around kind of horror themes. and kind of a haunted mansion almost. They're a really fun set of creatures, really kind of horrific and scary. We even got kind of an open world Naga caster creature. He's headless, just, to make it even more fun. Why not? Really fun set of group of characters. And then to round things out, we've got our wildlife. We've got a bunch of spiders, 4 or 5 spiders, rats, foxes, reindeer. Finally got our foxes in. And yeah, I think that is the majority of kind of our common creatures. In addition to that, we've got 4 major MSQ bosses, which we won't talk too much about that because I don't want to ruin any spoilers or anything. But they're pretty great epic fights. And the team did a really great job putting those all together. And then 4 additional post-MSQ kind of challenge bosses from the Inquisitor side of things. So all in all, really great set of characters, a lot of fun new challenges.
That's awesome. So it's just a couple tactical questions before we close things out. So we mentioned Lost and Corrupted. Are there any other types that players are going to see that they should consider gearing up for before they approach?
Should be wildlife for Burlar, right? Am I correct on that? Yeah.
The other one is, what are the levels? What's the level range of these?
The MSQ is 65 to 70.
Okay.
The content range all the way through all the in-game stuff is all the way up to 80.
Okay, so they could be fighting some pretty big heavies that are 80.
Oh yeah.
Are we talking gold bar 80?
I mean, they don't have a skull over the head, but they probably should.
Okay, good to know. Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Chad, Krishna, Ryan, Guanchen, and Paul. We really appreciate the time. Let's hop into talking about the new raid, the Isle of Night. I've got Chad, Juan, Darren, and Krishna joining me for this conversation. Let's just go over a very high level. What's the raid? What's the journey? What is the player going to be doing? What's the story?
Yeah, so Isle of Night, format-wise, is pretty similar to Hive of Gorgons. So length and format are very similar. We've got 3 bosses. We've got loads of kind of trash enemies in between, some light puzzles here and there. And it's set in an entirely new part of the world. This isolated island of night, surrounded by mist, which is really phenomenal kind of look and feel to it. Some of the best stuff that we've ever put out, I think. Kind of that. And Juan, do you want to talk about a little bit kind of the setting?
Yeah, it's gonna be a little familiar to the players because it uses a lot of our Lost kit, but it has a little twist because it used to be like a powerful city at some point, but after everything's being destroyed, you'll see Lost and destruction together. But it's super cool. I'm excited for players to see it.
Nice.
Good.
And these are the brand new, interesting
like an Overwatch map.
mobs are in there. So there's things that people haven't seen yet that they will see in the raid.
Yeah, most of the enemies kind of lean on our, we've been calling kind of our ghastly horror creature set, as well as kind of some of our Lost Knights. So the overall theming on the island is this kingdom kind of fallen to ruin.
Oh, I like those multi-boss fights.
And the actual progression through the zone is kind of battling from the docks to a fortress. If Darren, you want to kind of talk a little bit about kind of the level design of it.
Sure. The thing I think the team stuck to really well was making the journey kind of upwards towards the ending tower. And the pacing is a little different from Hive of Gorgons. Hive of Gorgons was action, puzzle sequence, boss across 3 chapters. This time we decided to focus in on one real puzzle sequence that is randomized every time, so you can't necessarily learn it. I think it came out really well. The team put a lot of work into it.
Yeah, and the kind of overall story of it is effectively this kingdom that was protecting this powerful ancient relic, the Spear of Longinus, and how the rulers and the inhabitants fell lost, and the city kind of went to ruin and chaos. And now there's this new enemy there trying to seize the power of this relic and take over the island. And players, of course, have to heroically stop them. And that kind of leads into talking about some of our bosses. So as the players arrive on the docks, they're greeted by our first boss, the Jester. It's a really interesting design. Christian, if you want to talk a little bit about kind of how he looks and how functions.
Well, think of it like you just walked into a carnival and ran into a random clown. That's who you're fighting. This is indeed one of our most puzzling boss fights ever. Like, not just in terms of mechanics, but even the arena itself, like a massive square footage.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's far and away the biggest boss room arena that we've ever even
actually
tried
looks
to
fun.
make. It's huge.
Definitely gonna do the raid.
It kind of exists as 3 individual kind of boss areas, and the Jester is kind of pulling tricks and moving around between them.
A lot of tricks.
Yeah.
Very fun.
Yeah.
Ballista?
And really requires a lot of teamwork to understand where they need to go and
pull
how
the
they
levers,
need to
gotta
respond to
pull
all
the
these
mobs.
different tricks that the Jester is pulling off. From a kind of a role and kind of what's demanded of the player side of things, we definitely wanted to keep a lot of viability across a bunch of different builds available to players. So none of the fights really demand a strict composition of players. There are a couple that are going to need, they're going to benefit from, potentially having an off-tank or potentially having some ranged characters. I think we've seen some people pull off some pretty impressive stuff regardless. But I think, from my perspective, I don't know, feel free to contradict me, everybody, but I think having a variety of different roles within the raid, melee, ranged, debuffing, healing, tanking.
Now, is that perspective coming from you being a tank that
Maybe.
that you have this preference of
And a sometimes
maybe there's an
healer,
off tank?
Maybe.
You always need a tank.
Yeah, but you will always need an off tank.
Sure.
I love DPS.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But one thing I can calmly agree with Chad is, unlike, our typical expeditions or raid, this one, you'll definitely need at least 2 shot callers.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in these fights. They are some of the most challenging that we've made, I think.
AKA not puggable. 2 shot callers needed for raid. GG.
And just a lot of separate mechanics and a variety of enemies and just a lot going on. Should be a lot of fun. Should be hopefully some good challenges for the players.
Nice, and there was actually a little snippet of that first boss that we showed to players. They may have caught it in the trailer. They did see the Jester laughing in their faces. So no, it's going to be very cool. Is there like a mixture of enemy types in there, or is it one particular kind of enemy? We
Just
mentioned
Lost.
Lost. Okay,
Yep.
so if I'm gearing up and I'm concerned about any kind of perk I have that's nature, doesn't matter.
Nope.
Corrupted doesn't matter,
Nope.
but Lost.
Just go
Okay.
full on Lost.
Okay, that's good to know. I love that. Make some things simple when there's so much complexity in the rest of the fights.
Yeah.
Great. Well, this has been really wonderful, you guys. I really appreciate the time. Chad, Juan, Darren, Krishna, I really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
So up next,
Damn, I'm actually looking forward to the raid. It looks fun.
We're going to start talking about another thing we're very excited about in Season 10, which is Catacombs. So to help me with that, first up, we've got Isaac, Dan, and Lawrence. And we're going to dive into the technology that powers Catacombs.
What's up,
which is a
Oreo?
procedural
Yeah, I'm gonna
dungeon.
come in and check it out, not like back. You know what I mean?
So, Isaac, why don't you go first and tell us about the challenges we faced?
Sure. Yeah. So when we first started thinking about how to build Catacombs, a procedural dungeon, we thought about how do we build our existing dungeons, what would we have to do to make a procedural version of that? And at first we were thinking we're going to have to set things up with a long build process, and that would only really enable us to ship one map a day because of the generation time. But we weren't really satisfied with that. We wanted to be able to generate maps on demand. So we had to work backwards from like what would need to be true in order for us to be able to deliver that. And so we said like, well, if we don't have to see all the way across the map at the same time, if we built in some constraints that would allow us to take more of a streaming approach, then we would be able to be much more dynamic about it and generate these maps at runtime on demand, and then you have a fresh map every time you play. So we talked about what constraints would be necessary for that. Are those constraints compatible with the design? It turns out that they were. So that's why we have things like every room in the catacombs has floor-to-ceiling walls. All of the corridors have bends in them, so you can't just see straight down the whole way. So once we established those rules, it then opened the doors for us to be able to generate maps on demand, and that's why you've got a fresh experience every time. And so then once we said, all right, here's the thing that we want to do, then it became up to Dan and Lawrence to actually make it happen. So then, Lawrence, why don't you guys tell us about how you actually made that all true?
Yeah, sure. So like the first thing I wanted to do was just prove that our engine can actually make a procedural dungeon. So I just wanted to get something in the level, randomly generate it, and have the rooms connected and have the player be able to walk through it. So I looked up some basic procedural algorithms. One I've stumbled across is called wave function collapse. It's just a fancy word for, it's a constraint solving algorithm. And when I got that implemented, I was able to actually get into the game and have a player run around. It was super cool. And we could make as big of a dungeon as you want, and completely random though. So when you zoom out and fly your camera up, you can see like, no, this is complete chaos. It's random.
So don't do that.
There's no control to it. If we use that, you could end up with like your start room is one room away from the boss room. Obviously that's not great. So we wanted to figure out how do we give design control of the game flow. So.
Yeah, so we really wanted to control that chaos, right? So some of the constraints or like design goals were like, maybe we only want 5 bosses, right? Or maybe we want stores before every boss, or we would want some locked gates and keys and puzzles, things of that nature. Or maybe we want to add some cycles so the player doesn't just backtrack too much. Yeah, so going into the cycles, it's kind of a cool design concept that, you know, as you said, makes players not have to backtrack as much. It can serve multiple purposes, but like an example, the simplest form is a player enters dungeon, they go down a path, they reach the end of the boss room, and they beat them, and then when they leave that boss room, they're conveniently back at the start room and they can leave the dungeon. So that's like a simple loop. Another example is like a locked door and key puzzle. So players walk into a room, they see 2 locked doors, but then they look around, there's one room that's open, so they can go through there. And then on the other side of that room, there's a lever, and it opens that door that they were prevented from going into, and it also conveniently opened the other locked door, and now they can go through the dungeon. And then the third kind of high-level cycle concept is a forking path. So you can have, you know, a short, risky path that the players can choose to go down, or maybe there's a longer, less risk, but less reward path. Those both converge back to the same point at the end, so it allows the design still control the general flow of the dungeon, but it's still another version of the cycles.
Lawrence, you worked a lot with the designers on this, so I'd like you to tell us a little bit about how you worked with them. What was your workflow like so that you were able to satisfy their design goals while also getting that randomization in place and keeping it feeling fresh?
Yeah, so I really wanted the algorithm to carry as much of the weight as possible for design. Some of the constraints the design wanted were like, maybe they wanted like a minimum of 5 bosses, or a puzzle room that's followed by a power room, or a store before every boss, for example. And so like in order to do that, that essentially defines a mission graph. And a mission graph, it's just like a flow of things that can happen that have some logic to them, right? So an example of that is given a starting seed. A seed can be like, we have a start room followed by a gameplay cycle, followed by a boss cycle. And maybe the gameplay cycle can get replaced into a lock and gate followed by a treasure. And the boss can be replaced by a store, followed by a boss, followed by a power-up. And each iteration of this, like each one of these rooms, can then get replaced further into additional cycles up until you have a 100-room dungeon.
It's pretty huge.
It's pretty big, and so like part of the challenge there is like how do you test something that's that random, right? And so like what sort of tools did we need to create, and maybe Dan can chime in on that.
Yeah, so we definitely knew like from the start that, you know, testing and iteration is going to be a big part of this process. And when you're working with random procedural content, you know, you want to repeat the same scenario that you had before when you were testing a bug. And so the way we handled that was we had a tool that would dump the whole layout into like a JSON format. So anybody encounters a bug, they can save their layout and they can share that with anybody on the team. Or if you just had a particular layout that you thought was really interesting, you could share that across the team. And anybody could load that up and repeat the same exact dungeon. So that was really critical for our iteration. The other really cool tool was the debug visualization of the dungeon. So same thing, we would send that JSON format to your client, and we'd be able to render all the rooms and the layout on your screen. And this made it really easy for designers to iterate because they could go into their database and tweak some numbers and their seed graphs, and then they could press the generate layout button. And like at the press of the button, they generate a whole new 100-room map, and they could just keep doing that and iterate and see results instantly. So that was really critical for our process.
And again, that was only possible because we decided to go with that dynamic approach and not the offline overnight build approach. So it all worked together to get us some really efficient workflows.
Yeah, so it's really been, because it was pretty early on when we first got like that first version of it working with just like totally random, and it's been really cool to see all of this stuff get built over time, and it's kind of been like fun from day one, but it just gets funner and funner and funner. So I think you all just crushed it, did amazing work on this thing. It's a great job.
Thank you.
And well, that just leaves talking about the design of the mode itself, so we'll get into that next. So with that, we're going to start talking more deeply about the design of Catacombs, the mode, and to help me with that, we're bringing back Darren, Nix, and Chad. And so when we dive in here, let's talk about the goal for the mode, which was replayability, right? We have dungeons, we love dungeons, we wanted to know what a more replayable version of dungeons would be like. Chad, why don't you start?
Yeah, so kind of to your point, I mean, I think one of the most interesting aspects of this game mode when we first started talking about it was taking all these pieces that we have from the game and turning it into a really dynamic format that's going to be different every time you do it, that's going to be a relatively short duration, where it's a 30-minute timer, so it's a capped experience length. You know, kind of random generation, variety of enemies, pulling in everything that we've got basically, or nearly everything, as much as we could squeeze into this build. And yeah, giving players a little bit of a smaller, more intimate experience. So only 3 players max, but allowing people get in very quickly. We don't want people sitting around waiting for a queue to pop for, you know, minutes or hours or anything. When you queue up, if you're the only one, you go in. I think within a minute, pretty much, and then you'll get backfilled people as they become available. So we really want to kind of speed up the experience of getting in and doing a dungeon crawl, and really leveraging all these assets and really cool things that we've got from the game. So yeah, there's a lot of pieces to it. There's a lot to talk about. But Darren, you want to talk about kind of the flow a little bit once you're inside?
Sure. So getting to approach this as a level designer was like super interesting. There was a ton of learning that we did along the way. The vision for it was to make it like a true dungeon crawl with some exploration, which is at tension with the timer, and have the tool set which tech is talking about that allows for that. The reward loop became very important in this flow. The aspects and ascension moments, and there's a lot of kind of back and forth about that as we develop those systems.
A lot, reiteration.
No, we did, it was wonderful to get it playable as early as it was, so we could play test it and iterate and try things.
Yeah, and I guess getting back to the level design, right? Like we made a static map We made it out of tiles. We started jumping in there, finding where the fun was. We adjusted tile size along the way, which was kind of a big deal at the time. For me personally, it was like a really rewarding process of getting to, it was such a robust team. There were so many talents on the team. I got to really focus down on level design, which is, my passion. And I think we delivered on this, and I'm proud of it.
Yeah. So similar to Darren, I've been doing a little bit on the level design and also.
So what's the point of this Catacomb Dungeon? They don't talk about it. Isn't it just like 3-man dungeon?
Where you can start an extraction. You can start an extraction.
It should have been really good PvP mode. Teams of 3s. Loot extract game mode.
Be 1 boss, 2 boss, all the way to many bosses. You can choose to go pursue another boss, even if there's not much time left on the timer. We do have a 30-minute timer for this extraction. So yeah, make sure that you're going for as much reward as possible before you extract, but don't die on the way. And also, since we figure out some of the tactics ourselves, I'm pretty sure, players are smart. They're gonna find out a lot of cheesy tactics. One of my favorite is, what if the 3 players on the team just split up and challenge different bosses at the same time? Because after you beat the first boss, the entire dungeon, including the next bosses, do get progressively stronger. So, which means if we all beat 3 bosses at the same time, they will all be relatively easier. But you'll make sure that nobody dies in the process.
Right.
If you can time it right.
The dungeon is 3 times harder from that point on.
Yeah.
So that's a tactic. I think what's really interesting about Catacombs as well, kind of to your point, is we're not enforcing kind of the holy trinity of archetypes in this particular mode. When you log in, when you join up, it could be 3 players doing a DPS role. It could be 2 players doing healing. It could be 2 tanks, 1 tank, no tanks. There's a variety of different roles that you might be matched with. So your tactics are going to change based off of who you're playing with. And then we've also got the power-ups that'll let you kind of...
Isn't it basically GG if you get like 2 healers?
Kind of tweak your role a little bit.
Yeah. So we call it aspects. What it allows is to gives you a lot of utility skills, further. 18 in total, that partially transform your role from your current role to somewhere either more extreme or more well-rounded. So for example, if we got a team full of 3 DPSs, usually I'll be like, oh, we're screwed, right? Let's just start another match. But at the beginning and throughout the matches, you do get these aspects one by one. And some of the aspects, like the aspect of Paladin, allows you to heal all your teammates, when they're relatively far away from you, even with every hit you do. So you kind of transform your role into being sort of like semi-healer. And let's take a mage as an example. If I am in a mage build and both of my teammates are DPSs, I can either go all out on a mage build, or I can go for a paladin/reaper build to empower my teammates and let them heal throughout my combat, or I can even choose aspects such as mana ward and all of the spell warden aspects to make myself a semi-tank. I will do relatively less damage, but I will have incredible tanky moment-to-moment these moments. And yeah, so I'll basically tank a lot of monsters to enable my teammate to do the damage.
And just so it's clear, because it's a bit clear from context, but what are aspects and ascensions?
So the ascensions are effectively health and damage increases. I think we did, 10%?
Yeah.
So the players are increasing their health and power through the ascensions. And as you mentioned earlier, every time you defeat a boss, they get a large jump in health and damage as well. So the players kind of trying to keep up with the bosses through ascensions while the bosses are also increasing in their power. There's 6 potential bosses within a Catacombs run. The rewards increase significantly for each boss that you manage to defeat. There's 2 resources that you might get out of it. There's sterling as well as crowns. The sterling you're getting for every single boss. The crowns start at boss 2 and ramp up from there. As far as like difficulty progression goes, the way we've kind of, our concept of the tuning is to effectively make it such that the first boss and probably the second boss are pretty approachable for the average player. For most players, they'll probably be able to take out 1 and 2 bosses pretty consistently. The third is probably where a casual player is going to get a little friction. They're going to be starting to run out of time. It's going to be a little bit tight, a little bit tough. For more hardcore players, we're probably expecting them to be able to knock out 4 or 5 bosses.
Don't ever underestimate the power of hardcore players. They'll probably beat boss 6 in the first day.
They might. It's possible.
Yeah.
That 6th boss is really, really ramped up in power and everything. So I think you got to have just a really clean, really, really good run to get that in time. Because remember, you're always fighting the time. As well as just not getting hit, because that thing just hits like a truck.
Well, I think it came together great, and we hope you agree when you get a chance to play it soon.
Don't forget to check out the cosmetics you can buy using crowns. Yeah, those are pretty cool cosmetics.
And last but not least, we are going to talk about the Season Pass and Endgame Progression Overhaul for Season 10. To help me out with that, we've got Joel, we've got Hurley. Sorry, Josh. I always call you Hurley.
I usually go by Hurley because there's too many Joshes in the world. So.
Hurley. And finally, JR.
Hello.
So let's get cracking. We have so much to talk about. We'll tee it up with the easy one first, the Season Pass.
Absolutely. So this Season Pass is oversized. Most Season Passes have 1 or 2 armor sets. This one has 4 and a couple other things on top of that. We're bringing back a mount to this Season Pass. Some of the coolest skins I've seen are in this pass as well, and I say that a lot, but really, I'm really excited for a few of these. But I want to ask you guys, what are you excited for in this pass specifically?
Fox mount.
That is a great one. There is no other foxes in the game, so that is something that you're going to get. I think it's 100 in the pass, but I'd have to double check that. Really nice to have mounts back in the pass. What about you guys?
I like the Celestial Seraphim set.
That's another great one.
Yeah.
to say.
It's a hard one to say, but it's a cool looking set.
Mine is the Cosmic Moon set. It has a really dope face.
That is my favorite. Like the cape on that one looks wonderful. We're gonna have screenshots in the video right here, so you should see it right about now, right? Yes, cool, thank you. Really look forward to seeing what you guys think about these. I think you're gonna be pleasantly surprised. I think our artists killed these items, so keep an eye out for this. There's some really cool stuff in this pass, more than what you've seen in most of the other passes.
Nice. Yeah, and so, well, now let's dive into the rest of the endgame stuff that we've built. So the announced blog post is already live. You've all seen it. So that does a pretty good job of like listing out all of the stuff. I'm glad that that's out because there's so much to talk about. We're probably going to forget a couple of things. But we'll start from the very, very top level. So somebody, and I won't say who, already accidentally said that we're raising our gear score.
I don't know what you're talking about, right? 800?
If you hadn't heard.
Yes, 800 gear score. There's a lot of sweeping changes in here. There's a few things we really wanted to hit. We're gonna talk about a lot here. This is a very meat and potatoes segment for the in-game progression. Some of the goals that we really wanted to hit for this is we wanted to make sure we felt like even some of the older gear still stayed viable. So yes, we're adding new systems, we're adding set bonuses, infix, we're gonna get into those. But we also wanted to make some of the old gear, like the illegal perk combos, still feel viable so you can level those up. So we really focused with the umbral system to allow all gear to be leveled up. And again, we'll talk about more details on that in a second. But I do wanna call out that umbral is not a crafting system. It is a contextual menu. You click on a piece of gear, you right click, and you can upgrade anything that's gear score 700. It doesn't matter what it is. Everything that's 700 plus is upgradable. So there's a lot of questions on Reddit. There's a lot of questions in the YouTube videos. But I want to clarify that if you have a piece of gear, if you use your some of your lower level stuff, if you make some Gorgonite stuff, all of it can be turned to gear score 800.
To clarify though, it's not all items, right? It's just like armor, weapons,
yes.
right?
Armor, weapons, jewelry. You can't upgrade your trinkets, you can't upgrade your bags. Thank you, that is a great call out. You can't upgrade your musical instruments, but you can upgrade your weapons, your armor, and your jewelry. If it hits 700, it's good. So all of those old crafting recipes still work. Anything that puts you at 700 plus, artifacts, you guys were asking about those. That's another thing. You can upgrade all of those to 800 as well. All of those items remain viable. So there is some combinations of old stuff that is still good. Some of them are traps. Yes, you don't want to upgrade everything. You want to be very careful. We'll talk more about Umbral in a little bit in the segment there. I think we have it on the list here. I want to make sure everyone's aware that everything can be upgraded. It is not, you don't go to a crafting station. You just click on the item and you can go to the menu and upgrade it with Umbral, which is a currency, and we'll talk about all those details in a little bit. That means anything you get, go for it. 700 plus, have fun.
Why don't we, so the couple of things we did want to mention before we dive into the rest of the way would be small details like attributes. Can we explain attributes?
Yes, so we've adjusted the way attributes work as a whole. We've pulled out all the perks that used to be on the attributes like Soldier, Ranger. Those are all pulled off of all the existing items, and all attributes are purely gained through leveling and the consumable foods that grant attributes.
And we added more attributes to leveling.
Yeah,
right?
there's
So
no power loss.
You still have the same amount of attributes.
We did adjust it, so there's a little bit less total attributes, and that's basically to not allow you to be like a tank DPS person together. So there's a little bit less. I think previously you could get up to like 735-ish. Now it's around like 530-ish. So you can't go 500 dex and 200 strength anymore. So that was done because we've also increased the scaling, or not increased, adjusted the scaling on all the weapons. So all the weapons that previously only had one attribute that they scaled with now have two, and the ones that had two kind of have adjusted amounts of how much the two scales with, and so it allows for a wider variety of build combinations and kind of making it so you can customize where your attributes go, and those you can kind of fine tune it to maximize any potential combination you want.
We also want to talk about the perk pass that you did.
There was one perk specifically, the Hardy perk on rings. It was basically just...
So like GA can scale with strength index. Like everything's gonna be hybrid. Oh, we already know the stats. Intense strength with GA.
That perk wasn't on an item, there's no point in having that. So we have deprecated the perk and replaced it with some kind of alternative perk functionality. And then we've adjusted the player's base functionality to just work as if everyone had the Hardy. So you still have 100 max stamina, but all the dodge costs were slightly adjusted to basically give you 3 dodges before becoming exhausted for light and medium, and then you still have the 2 for heavy.
It feels amazing.
Yeah.
Dodging is
for listed. So you still have 100 with some kind of alternative perk functionality. And then we've adjusted the player's base functionality to just work as if everyone had the Hardy. So you still have 100 max stamina, but all the dodge costs were slightly adjusted to basically give you 3 dodges before becoming exhausted for light and medium, and then you still have the 2 for heavy.
It feels amazing.
Yeah.
Dodging is super satisfying, so it's everyone can dodge freely now without the Hardy perk. Yeah.
Let's dive into Umbrals the rest of the way.
Absolutely. So like I said, you can upgrade anything from 700 plus. It is a menu. You click on the item and it shows up in the contextual menu. Right now, we said in the announced article, I think it was 1,000 cap. That's lacking context. I want to go into that a little bit more. I think we actually changed it the other day. I want to say it's 4,000 right now, but really the meat and potatoes, the intent is that we want to be able to give you from 730 to 800. We want to let you upgrade 5 items a week fully. The ramp for upgrades is exponential in the sense of the higher you go in gear score, the more it costs. Right now, with the current weekly cap, the target is 5 items total if you go from 730, which is the bottom, to 800. If you're looking at more trying to experiment, you can get 10 790s and you can get 15 780s and still be fairly competitive. So if you're looking at experimenting more, you can kind of pick and choose and try and then fully get the rest of the things up. So you want a full set of 10 items at 790, you can do that the first week, or if you really want to pick and choose, I got a perfect roll on something, you can go do that instead. It really allows a little bit more flexibility. You don't blow through all of the content. We ripped the rate limiters off a lot of other loot drops as well. So if I go into the raid, there's no longer a weekly drop limit. I can go do the raid over and over and over again. So if I want to save some umbral, every single time I kill one of each of the 3 bosses in the raid, I will get 2 set items. I think the first boss is jewelry, the second boss is armor, and the third boss is weapons. So there's a couple sets in that piece of content. I can go do that. Same with Catacombs, there's multiple sets there, and then there's the PvP reward track that has multiple sets, which again, I can go do any PvP content and get those items. Sets will be a bigger chase there. We built the system in a way that because Umbral allows everyone to scale to 800, it creates a ceiling for us that allows us, if we ever add sets, it's not going to be disruptive to the old sets. It's more about building a play style so that we can have new sets introduced that changes it up. The perk charms, which we'll talk about in a little bit as well, is another avenue there where it allows us to rebalance things without really painfully hurting the player, because now they can switch that perk charm out to something new as things get changed. So with that, with the ceiling and with the perk charms, it really allows us to kind of mess with gear in a way that allows things to ebb and flow as content comes and goes, and allows us to build on the system without cannibalizing older pieces.
Let's dive into perk charms then, as you said. Why don't you guys take it that way?
Yeah, sure. I'll start us off. So the goal with the perk charm system was basically to give players more flexibility in customizing their builds, right? But we wanted the charms to also be kind of like we wanted like a gameplay loop of just acquiring them, actually. So they're going to be craftable. You're going to collect materials from a variety of content that we've spread throughout all of our existing content. And each recipe will take three materials from out of 11, as well as chromatics. So the chromatics you already have, you can use, and we lower the price of chromatics as well.
Yeah, the chromatics are 2,000 gold right now, and they no longer have a weekly limit, so you can buy as many as you want. So you can just keep getting them from, I think the faction shop is what it is, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that's
still pricey, but not something that's terrible, and you can get a lot of those without having to worry. And that will be one of the bigger coin sinks for this, for Night Haven.
Yeah, and we have 4 types. So gems we already had, and those continue to be slottable as before. We did do some balance on gems, which you can get into when we get to that. And then we have offensive charms that have more offensive utility, defensive, and then skill are like the ability perks that we had before are now always slottable. So the idea is you can mix and match those like freely.
Yeah, and previously those weapon mastery perks were actually not too desired on items, because when you're like making a set and you get a roll and it's like a chess piece with a Warhammer perk on it, if you weren't using a Warhammer, it'd be kind of a waste of a drop, and it was just an instant scrap. So now you'll have a slot, and you can fill that slot with whatever ability for that specific weapon you want out of the 12 active abilities. You can just pick one and just go with it and mix up whatever builds, and it makes it way easier to pivot and creates really interesting combinations.
On top of that, the way that perk charms roll
Sounds pretty good.
that you can get a mix and match. I think you can only ever get 1 gem socket, if I remember correctly, but you could potentially get 2 offensive sockets. Sometimes they're populated when you get that roll in that item. And I do want to call out, we set up to 4 sockets. That includes gems. So when it rolls, it could be a gem slot, 2 offensive slots, and a weapon skill slot. The only way to get the 4 socket items is from M3s. You can craft 3 sockets, you can find 3 sockets in the world, but M3s are the only place to get the 4 sockets. So that will be desirable content, because that's going to allow for the most flexibility in some cases. And I think that there's really amped up power to some of those sockets, and players are going to look for that customization to mix and match with some of the other pieces, or maybe even ignore sets completely, which we'll get into in a little bit because of some of the trade-offs.
The idea was like, some people might
So
say,
what about crafting?
Like,
Crafting's
you always
dead.
want a set bonus. Like, that isn't necessarily true. It totally depends on what build you're going for. Also, because the perks that are available as charms are different from those that are available as fixed, which are different from the infixes.
But you only get 4 set from the M3. Can you make 4 sockets items? If not, isn't it dead?
which we can also get into.
Yeah, the fixed are basically what the old perks were, where it's just a specific perk on an item that you can change.
You should expect one or two fixed perks on most items. Some more obviously if there's less sockets, but those are the filler when there's not a lower roll of 2 sockets or 3 sockets going to have 2 fixed perks on it, which is the old system.
Well, isn't 4 sockets just superior over 3 sockets? You get extra perk, extra gem.
I'll jump in from there. Yeah, so set bonuses, similar to what you've seen in probably a lot of other games, is the more items of a certain set you equip, you end up unlocking tiers of that set bonus. And most of the tiers on the first tier of it are 2 and 4, and the second is 4 or 5, or 2 and 3, or 4 and 5. Yeah, and so you could mix and match, so you could just get 5 of one set, 5 of another set, and have them both active at the same time. Or if you don't want to get the full, all the tiers, you could only unlock one specific tier of them.
One of them has a 1, right?
Yeah, one set does have a 1 bonus. It makes sense contextually based on how it works, but that one's a fun set. But that one has the biggest trade-off. Yeah, Enrage set. That one has the biggest trade-off, but it also, I think, can lean into the most offensive power.
Hitting a target within 13 meter. And stack of enrage increasing outgoing damage by 1%. 10 stacks, 10% damage with 5% damage taken. Max enrage stacks to 15. Heavy attack generate additional stack. While enraged and above 70% health, lose 5% of your max HP every half a second. 5% of your max HP every half a second? So basically, what the fuck? That's too much. Oh, above 70. Enrage text to 25, increase duration of range by 50%. Oh, text deal additional 8% damage while below 70% health. Strong,
so we added the trade-off to kind of make it more interesting, but that's where the set bonus is pretty cool, because you could actually, with it 1, 3, and 5, you could actually just get like 1 and 3 and not get the 5 bonus, and then free up some other set bonuses to combine with.
Can we give them, the viewers, what that set is? Do you know?
Yeah, so the Enrage set, the first tier of it, you basically, every time you hit a target, you gain a damage bonus, but you also take additional damage, half of what the damage bonus is. So I think, I don't remember the exact values, but I think it was you get a 2% damage bonus per stack, and then a 1% increased damage taken per stack. And then that goes up to 10 stacks, and then the additional tiers will increase that to 15 and 25 stacks. And then they also have additional benefits where you gain more stacks quicker based on different attacks. And then all the infixes for that bonus will actually lean into that and give you benefits. So one of my favorite ones is, I like to use dodging offensively, and not many people do that, but like when you're chasing someone and you try and burn a dodge to get them, it can sometimes give you a disadvantage. So there's an infix on that where you actually, as you finish your dodge, it'll actually trigger an AoE that pulls enemies in nearby you, but it does cost you some of your stacks.
We should mention what infixes are.
Yeah, I was going to say, for context, infixes are really strong perks that can drop in certain areas of the game with those set pieces, sometimes on them, sometimes on normal pieces of gear with just sockets and not the set bonuses. And it's going to be kind of a way for you to mix and match some of those sets with normal items. Or you really want the infix that's on this ring or this chest piece for the Berserker set, you're going to want to find that piece that goes to your play style. So the bonus that Hurley just talked about might be on only a ring piece. So you need to make sure that you build that way accordingly. And that kind of makes it interesting when you're pairing the different sets together to make sure, well, I like Berserker, but only with this one infix. So now I need to make sure that that's populated in that gear set.
Yeah, we should also mention that with set bonuses, in some games you might have seen like, it's like only these 5 pieces are the set and you have to collect all 5. Like it's a lot more, there's a lot more freedom in our system. So like basically you can just pick whatever item types you want, but the infixes, like you pointed out, might be only for specific item types.
So adding to that, that's a really good call out. The set bonuses, we'll use the Berserker one. it comes across all weapons. You can get a life staff with that Fury set bonus if you really wanted the Berserker set bonus, and you can mix it.
Enrage set bonus.
Excuse me, Enrage set bonus. You can mix it with a chest piece. You can mix it with legs. You can have 3 pieces of jewelry, a weapon, and boots, and that's it. And it really creates some of that customization. But where it starts to get locked down is I really want that infix, so I'm going to take this one piece, maybe with that set or not, to empower my build.
Yeah, and some of those infixes actually compete with similar functionalities for other set bonuses. So like if you have a chest piece on both the Enrage set and like there's an Overcharge set, which also does similar to the Enrage but function a little bit different. If you want the chest piece on both, you can't have it. So you'll have to choose between those 2 infixes and then switch out the other gear you want for other ones, and basically lean into trade-offs and benefits and what can maximize all the other perks and enhance your entire build together.
Infixes are basically, they used to be exclusive to artifacts, right? Like that was kind of how we defined artifact functionality. So now we've made infixes available elsewhere. But question for you, Josh, is like, what are we doing for artifacts in the new update?
Oh, there's a pretty good amount. So we've done a pass through a good amount of them and kind of changed some of the balance and functionality. We've tried to enhance some of the lesser used ones by giving them additional things. Some of them we realized that like they weren't just a number change that could buff it, or it wasn't like the functionality was good there, but it just needed a little bit more. So one example is like Unmoved. There was one where you just can't be knocked back or like pushed or pulled, and that functionality is pretty good to avoid getting hit by like Scorpion Sting, but we wanted to give it a little bit more, so we made it so now when you're unmoved, you also deal damage to the target hitting you, so you can reflect some of that damage back at them. We've also, for all the artifacts that scaled on converted the attribute scaling, we've actually adjusted those to now override their attributes entirely. So one example is the Life Taker. It was a Void Gauntlet artifact, and it had attribute conversion that allowed it to scale off of dexterity. And what we've done now is it no longer has focus scaling, and it's and dexterity scaling at an equal tier, and it just kind of changes the way you use the weapon.
And we also, the last perk, didn't we make that a slot as well on the artifact, or did we?
Oh yeah, we've changed up all the perks that are actually on the artifacts too. They all have the new versions of all the ones. If there was an old version converted into the new charm and slottable system. And then the final perk that used to just be the one that randomly rolled and then you could choose what it was, that is now just a slottable slot that makes sense for whatever item it is. So if it's a more offensive item, it's an offensive slot. If it's a defensive one, it'll be a defensive slot. And then, just switched up the other perks that are on them. Since we've also removed the attributes from all items, the attributes aspects are removed from the artifacts too. And it's just that quote artifact infix up at the top of it that we've leaned into.
And for clarity, that is the existing one. So if I already have those items, that's going to replace my old perk in that slot.
Yes. Okay, yeah, so we have pivoted the weapon scaling. So previously you would see it where it had like 95% dexterity and 65% strength. We've adjusted those, and now they're kind of just a number or a letter to make a little bit more sense. So S tier is from 91 to 100. B tier is from 81 to 90, or 81 to 90.09999 or whatever. But we've tried to basically make it a little bit more easy to understand the power, but one reason we've done that is to basically allow for the attribute overriding system. So if you see an item that normally scales on 1 or 2 attributes, we can now override that and it scales on 2 entirely different attributes, and we can lean into that system and kind of change functionality a bit to make it feel more exciting.
So there's one other thing that we didn't actually put in the article that we've shared. So this is something that actually I think we released this in the first seasonal server that we did. It was just available, but there's a heart rune in this update. It's the spinning swords and
Phantom Blades.
Oh, the Phantom Blades.
Yeah.
That's the dev name, I think.
Yeah, the back end was spinning swords until we came up with a cooler one.
Yeah.
So,
so tell us about that heart rune.
Yeah, so that one, we actually wanted to kind of lean more into like stealing stuff from the enemy NPCs that are in the game, or the enemy AI. And so there was one Dynasty one that basically summoned these like red glowing swords that spin in place, and it just looked awesome, and it'd be a really fun thing for player to use. So that's now a heart rune, and you trigger them on you, and they just periodically do damage where they're placed. And then the perks have interesting benefits to them. So one of them, it moves forward similar to like Firestorm. Another one ends up sticking to you, so it follows you around, and that works really well for like Whirlwind on the great axe, so you could just spin and double up the amount of spinning you do. And then we've added a new effect called sluggish, where it's really good for kind of chasing, running away players, where if you hit them with the spinning swords, it'll inflict sluggish. It'll prevent them from dodging for just a couple seconds unless they attack you. So it's a thing where if they're running away, it's powerful, but if they're actively engaging in combat, it won't really have that big of a benefit.
There's more.
Prevent
There's got to be
you
more.
from
We'll
dodging.
regret it as soon as we're done. But you know
I do
what?
have a small reward thing to add.
Go.
We've definitely heard you on some of the chase rewards. We added some fun items into the raid as well. I think I'm not 100%, but if I remember correctly, they're 0.5% chance to drop, so they're fairly rare. Each boss in the raid has one item. The first boss has a really cool hat. The second boss has a mount. It's this spectral horse. I'm gonna give that one away for free. It's really cool. It's my favorite mount. The third one has another mount. The final boss, I think it's something that players are gonna absolutely love, but I'm not gonna spoil that one. It's interesting and it's in line with some of our more popular mounts that I think that we can thank you for what that one is. But I'm not gonna give that one away. The other thing,
Joel's the mount.
Yeah, right. No, it's Thorpe. You can ride on Thorpe's back. We had that at one point in debug, and it was wonderful, but it's not that.
Yeah.
With that being said, these items are tradable too. So if you get more than one, you can sell them to other players. They are super rare. And then crafting, we also want to mention that all of the perk charms are crafted. You might get a rare drop, but it's pretty uncommon that it'll be socketed in your item or you get the perk charm itself. There is some amount of trade skill you'll need. I think there's 3 different trade skills for the perk charms, but the offensive ones take a different trade skill, the defensive ones and the weapon each take a different trade skill. It's like weapon smithing, armor smithing, and another one. And that will be something that will funnel a lot of crafters into that loop. You can also craft 3 socket items again, so you'll be able to roll those over and over and over again to kind of look for the stuff in the perks and the mix of perk charms that you might want on those things.
Well, I think we've covered about as much as we should go for here. Like I said, I think there's probably details we've left out, but I hope we have had a lot of fun putting all this together. You've all outdone yourselves. It takes all of the great stuff that works in New World, it mishmatches it all up in new ways. There should be tons for all of the build crafters out there to figure out.
And that is the goal, right? Is like the meta, like we want it to be more of a fluid meta with, things that we could change and mix up.
When we change out the gear, it shouldn't make the rest of the gear invalidated. It should just be a different collection. I should be able to feel like I'm still viable. And I think we lost a lot of that in the past. Every time we'd go up from 700 to 725, all that old stuff was gone. This system safeguards that and makes it so everything stays viable. You don't come back at a later point and feel like everything is worthless now and I have to go chase the new thing. You should always stay viable because of Umbral, because of the perk charms. And it's fairly easy to change if not.
Yeah. All right, well, go break stuff.
Well, thank you for joining us for the Season 10 Deep Dive. We're super excited to bring you Nighthaven. Thank you, everybody, for digging into all the features, all the content. All the players are super excited to play as well. And I guess the last thing to say is, we'll see you in Nighthaven.
Sounds good. The flexibility in gear system sounds pretty good. Yeah. If we had this update during the Prime, damn. There'll be so many build possibilities to make content as well. But it is Prime? What do you mean? Prime days are gone. Probably still run people down with Hatch and SNS though. They're always like a year behind when they should have done stuff. More than a year. Bad thing in New World in AP is you know you're gonna fight in war if it's competitive war. But isn't the same thing in every region? Like you know which guild has which people and but still the thing about New World War was that even though it was same every time, you keep trying to come up with a new strat every time. Like these maps look so nice. Is the war camp, the fort gonna look the same? The shitty wooden fort? Like they should make a new castle war map. I use these assets. Like would look so good. Like make a castle siege in fucking New World. They're gonna come up with a pickup war soon. It's the same shit in that wooden fort. It's just gonna be fucking. They'll play it for first time and then never again. It'll just be static farming noobs. So easy. OPR map like that. Liking new gen also. Yeah. It has been like that since forever. Last time I played New World, May 17. I think I logged in to try out the capture the flag. Played for 3 days. Like 2 or 3 days and that was it. And it was fucking horrible experience. It had the worst SNS desync of all time. Like I didn't expect SNS to have a desync. And Hatchet was even worse as well. So. Tower of Calamel, new map. Night Haven. You quit throne? Blue protocol? No, I don't think I'll be going back. The level time gating thing is bullshit. And New World is in like 4 days, like 3 days. New World, New World. Honestly, I just want to get on, do the raid, play an OPR, and just be done with the game in 1 week. And go back to Throne. And then wait for Ion. Five. 5.5 weeks till Ion 2. $20K in game. Might give it a second chance tomorrow. See how far we get on Blue Protocol. Anyways, GG's. Gonna go to sleep. Thanks everyone. Take care. Good night. See you next time. GG's.